out there channel. Live stream 347. Today we got Bruce Maccabee with us, and Robert and Charles on voice. It should be a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Going fine.
Alright.
Hi, Earl.
Take it steady on that, Rob. Be up and down to the toilet.
Oh wow.
Okay, the intro is going alright. These are some clips from our episodes. That was an alien grey and a UFO we got from a sky watcher that I analysed. It's very interesting footage. And this is the part from Earl's mum's episode I did where she goes to an underground base.
It's in New Mexico, isn't it?
He didn't know where in the desert she went to.
That's correct. Yeah, she was there. Yeah.
He just knew it was in a remote place that had an elevator that went down a mile underground.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, good to be back. I'll be back. Simple rules, no hardcore swearing in the side chats, no trolling, self-promotion out there, especially fraud UFO channels that we debunk on a regular basis. And yeah, just have a lot of fun and be civil to each other. It's pretty simple, really. Who we got out the side chat there? We got Plex, is it? Hello, Plex. And we got Bruce with us finally. Men in Black haven't interfered this time. Okay, so I'll just top up my welcome message for the side chat.
Any sound problems, let us know. In the side chat.
Yeah. I think Blex said he was going to monitor it for us. I'm not too sure where Susan is lately. Interview with Bruce Maccabee. Gulf Breeze. New Zealand UFO case. Sectra. Okay. There we go. Should be up on the side chat now. So yeah, Bruce, so you're there. Maybe you'd like to introduce yourself rather than me reading out the wiki page here. Bruce, so you there? Hello? Have we lost Bruce?
Hope not.
Oh no.
I think we've lost him, guys. I can hear him.
He was there.
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah? Yes.
Yeah, I said, would you like to introduce yourself, your qualifications, when you got interested in UFOs, a wee bit about yourself, in case someone out there doesn't know much about you, which there are a lot of new people coming into ufology. So, saves me having to read out the wiki page. I think you can describe yourself a wee bit better than I can. So yeah, it's over to you, Bruce. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey.
The WikiLeaks biography is gives some of it, I guess. I first became, well, the subject attracted my interest is when I was like 10, 12, 13 years old, when there were sightings in the United States and around the world too, but in the United States in 1952, there were a lot of sightings, including some near where I lived, and that caught my attention. And then there were movies about flying saucers and UFOs and The Day the Earth Stood Still and The War of the Worlds and things like that in the early 50s. But I didn't do anything about it. As a kid, as much as I could do, except I read a book. I read The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects by Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, who was the first director of Project Blue Book, the Air Force study, ostensibly to find out what UFOs were and what to do about them. Anyway, I read that book in high school and thought by the time you get to the end of the book, it appears that Captain Ruppelt if he was sitting on a fence, it would only take him, hit him with a feather and knock him off onto the ET side of the fence.
Yeah.
But, there wasn't anything I could do about it, so I just essentially ignored the subject again until 1966 or so. There was a bunch of sightings in them in the United States, starting in 1965 and running for the next couple of years. By this time, I was in Washington, D.C. at American University working for my PhD in physics.
Right.
And there were sightings in 1965 and 66 that made it into the press. And they so stirred up some of the population that Congress directed the Air Force to support an independent study, independent of Project Blue Book. So the Air Force shopped around to find out who would do it, and finally it landed at the University of Colorado under a well-known physicist by the name of Edward U. Condon. And once this study was underway, stories about UFOs and stuff began to appear in the press. And for a while there, it was possible to talk about UFOs in good company without having a bag over your head. What impact on me was I was going to this college in Washington, D.C., and I learned that there were going to be a lecture given by some people from an organization called NICAP, National Investigating Committee on Aerial Phenomena. It was the largest civilian organization for investigating UFOs at that time. It was in all the books and so on, so I expected it was a big organization. They had two people show up at the college to give a lecture, and at the end of their lecture, they said, well, we could always use volunteer help in handling mail requests and mailing things, and just ordinary office work would have to be done. And probably out of the 10 or 20 people who sat in this auditorium that could hold 500, out of the 10 or 20 that showed up, I was probably the only one to do anything about it. It turned out that NICAP headquarters was literally down the hill from American University in part of the city.
Right.
And so I went there to find out what was going on. And it was, I expected a big building, maybe lots of office space and secretaries running around filing UFO reports and scientists analyzing UFO reports and so on. I expected a big operation. It turned out to be in a place, 1536 Connecticut, New Hampshire Avenue in Washington, D.C. And so I went there. It was a row house. There wasn't any door on the front door. You walk in the front entrance and up some stairs and turn to the right and open the door. And instead of seeing bunches of people running around doing things, there's a little old broken down lady running the whole show. She was a secretary for NICAP. There were books and papers piled all over the place. the director of NICAP at the time was not at the office, nor were any of the other people. Only this lady, Isabel Davis. But
Was
anyway,
Kehoe still there at the time?
what?
Sorry, was Donald Kehoe still there at the time?
Kehoe had sort of left the organization. His desk was there. He left his desk. And I did get to meet him a couple of times over the following years, but I never really had any big discussion with him. Of course, everybody knew who he was.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So anyway, NICAP organized a symposium to be held in 1969 after the release of the Condon report. I was paying some attention to the subject. I read a couple of books. UFO Serious Business was one of them, and some of the others at the time. And then when the Condon report came out, I set about reading that whole thing. And the paperback edition was 800 pages or something like that.
Wow.
It was a lot to plunge through, and it was very highly varied in the type of writing that you would get in various sections of the report. But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
in 1969, when Project Blue Book was closed, well, the Condon study recommended what Condon had said from the beginning, that the Air Force should get out of it. And the Air Force was looking for that excuse and says, we're not going to handle UFO sightings anymore. If you have a UFO sighting you want to report it to a U.S. civilian group. And they listed NICAP, and Area Research Organization, APRO, and some others.
Do you think they were treating it a bit of a joke, these UFOs?
Well, certainly Condon, the director, treated it as a joke.
Yeah,
within a few days of when the contract was signed to have this work done, the contract starting in 1960, early 68, I guess it was. Within a few days of that, Condon was quoted in the press as saying that it was his opinion that the Air Force should get out of it, but he wasn't supposed to arrive at that conclusion for another 2 years. He said, I'm not supposed to arrive at that conclusion for, 2 years was the end of the duration of the contract, approximately.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so starting in 1969, the Air Force was officially not accepting UFO reports.
Right.
And the press was happy to go away and say it had all been explained. There was nothing really to UFO reports. Those of us who are in UFO organizations knew that there was a continual flow of reports all the time. Mm-hmm. But as far as the general press, general population is concerned, it had all lost interest. It had all died.
Right.
And there was hardly any discussion of it in the general press for 3 years. And then in 1973, in the late summer of 73, things changed.
Mm-hmm.
It was suddenly, we're back. UFOs were appearing all over the eastern half of the United States.
Right.
And so
yeah, there was a major flap in 1973, wasn't there? Just when they thought it had all gone away.
Don't you think that might have been because people were getting more technology themselves to be able to film these things?
No, it didn't have anything to do with technology. It was the creatures themselves that were driving this situation. There were a bunch of humanoid reports. A sheriff in Georgia who encountered on the road what looked like a humanoid shape covered in aluminum foil.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And he chased it and ran away. There was Hickson and Parker, Charles Hickson and
Pascal.
Hickson and Parker. Parker is still alive. Hickson died
Yep.
7 years ago.
Yep.
Hickson wrote a book. Parker has now written 2. He was only 19 when it happened. Hickson was in his 30s, I guess.
Right.
Hickson was an adult. Parker hardly talked about it for many years. He couldn't wrap his brain around the implications. But finally, he's written a couple of books that just were published within the last couple of years. That sighting was Hickson and Parker was the abduction of 2 fishermen who were fishing on a pier, a dock at the Pascagoula River in Alabama.
Yep. We're familiar with that.
That made national news
Mm-hmm.
when the sheriff they went after this abduction experience was over. They went to the police and reported it, and the sheriff put them in a room with a tape recorder. He didn't tell them about the tape recorder. Put them in a room and let them talk to each other, expecting them to say something like, "Boy, we got these guys on the run. You know, we're really convincing. We're going to be rid of it." Whatever the sheriff expected them to say, they didn't say. Instead, they talked about how what happened to them and how are they going to cope with this and all that sort of stuff. So the sheriff and J. Allen Hynek, who was the former astronomy consultant for Project Blue Book, J. Allen Hynek went there to Pascagoula. He and the sheriff listened to this tape that had been made while those guys were talking. They concluded it was probably the real thing.
Yep. We're well familiar with it, yes, on this channel.
Yes.
Then there was another nationally publicized case that had to do with 8 Army guys flying in a helicopter. Just after they had their physical examination for the year, they're flying in a helicopter over an area in Ohio.
Yep, remember this one too.
Reddish light object is off on the horizon, starts coming towards them, and Captain Coyne, Coyne, the captain of this group of 8 Army guys, was driving the helicopter, and he made the helicopter go into a dive, thinking he could get underneath this thing that was coming at them. He had to avoid it somehow. He puts the helicopter into a dive, and then he's looking at the red light, and it stops and hovers over the helicopter, and a green light comes down through, and then it takes off. And Captain Coyne looks at the altitude, and he finds that instead of going down 1,000 feet, he had gone up 1,000 feet or more, as if this pulled him up. Well, these and other sightings made it clear that UFOs had not gone away.
No.
So the impact on me was, whereas up to this point I had been reading the literature and thinking a little bit about it, but I was also working on my PhD stuff, so I didn't have a lot of time to spend on UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
But in 1973, by that time I had graduated and was working for the Navy. And I decided to see, well, I picked one of the cases out of the Condon study, the Trent photo case.
Mm-hmm.
Farmer Trent, Paul Trent and Evelyn Trent, 2 farmers in Oregon who saw this thing go by their farm, and Paul Trent got 2 pictures of it.
Mm-hmm.
The Trent photos were analyzed by William Hartman, the photo analyst of the Condon study. And he had concluded for this particular case that, he says, he wrote, all things investigated seem to show, there's the pictures of it, seem to show that there had been a real unidentified object that had flown past the Trents. he was partially convinced by the photos themselves and a certain type of analysis that he performed of the photos. And also he went and talked to Mr. Trent, and he concluded that they couldn't have done this. I talked to this guy who was the photo analyst of a newspaper in Midwinville, Oregon, and the photo analyst of the newspaper had gone to talk to Mr. Trent in the days following the publication of the picture, and he concluded that he and Trent and his wife couldn't have created this as a hoax because they were too stupid to use his quote, his phraseology. Well, anyway, the Trent case was the only one that was given a positive reading out of all photo cases in the current study. And so I picked that one to see what I could do about it, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I started analyzing the Trent photos in 1974. And I learned a lot about photography and atmospheric conditions and photographing through the atmosphere and stuff like that.
There's lots to learn.
It was a tremendous learning experience.
Yes.
Furthermore, I managed to get a hold of the original negatives to work on.
Right.
I told Mrs. Trent in 1975 or so that I would like to keep the negatives to study them for a couple of weeks. I finally returned them 10 years later.
10 years.
Yeah, I had them for a long time. But anyway, that's sort of put on the UFO map somewhere, you might say. When I presented at the Center for UFO Studies Symposium in 1976, I presented the first part of my study of the Trent photos, the analysis of the photos themselves. This is on my website. And then I wrote two big papers on the Trents. One was almost totally analytical and had to do with the photography. And the other paper discussed other parts, including many other witnesses who had talked to, or people who had talked to the Trents. And
so, what was your theory on the recent stuff that come out saying that they reckon it's a truck mirror here? Did you ever come across that as mentioned as possibly that they had a model over the power lines there on Fishing Line?
There's been, right from the word go, there's been the assumption that they had there was a string or a suspension of some sort between the top of the model and the lower power wire that goes overhead.
Yeah, you can see it in the picture here.
Yeah. These pictures have been looked at by lots of people with all sorts of instrumentation, starting with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in 1976, I guess it was. My own work with negatives, and so on. Nobody's ever found a clear evidence of a suspending string. The French people have stretched the logic a little bit. Instead of saying we're going to search for a thread or a string or something like that, a direct search is to simply look at it with various ways. Look at the picture if you can see a string.
No, you can't even see fishing wire or other threads, even on HD footage nowadays. It's very hard even to see on 1080p, let alone back in old photographs. But then again, the old photograph negatives were equivalent to 4K of pixel information, but of course they were black and white. But yeah, we've seen people duplicate Billy Meyer's models on Fishing Line using one hand, and you can't see the fishing line. I don't know if you've seen those videos, but the guy films it in pretty much 1080p quality, and you can't see the fishing line. There's just no way you're going to see the fishing line, but you can look at the motion if you've got a video, and you can work out that it's on a pivot of a string holding it, a pivot point. Unfortunately, the Trent photos were just photos. There weren't any video or 8mm or 6mm camera or anything like that. So that makes it a wee bit harder to analyse, just having photographs, of course. But yeah, they did say here that they reckon it was like a truck mirror. As you can see here on the big screen here, they said it sort of fits the size and shape of a model that he had plenty of these bits and pieces in his garage. The question is, what was the motive for him to hoax it, if he did hoax it? So that's always the question I ask.
The bottom line on the pictures is he could have made a model out of paper or something like that and lucked out. He could have made a model of something or other that looks like, well, it would have looked different from what we actually see in the photos. But I have to admit that there could be a way of hoaxing it.
I think it's also important to mention here that they never made a penny from this.
That's right. It's been probably one of the maybe the most publicized paper. You look at that picture, that mirror, and you find that it's not exactly the same shape as the UFO.
We need a side by side to be sure on that, though.
It resembles it, but it's not the same shape.
Let's see if they've got any other pictures on that page. CENAP. I'm not even sure what website this is. Have they got some pictures? Oh yeah, here we go. So that's one of the Trent photos, and here's some power lines that they said it was probably hanging on. And a little blurb about it. And we've got some more pictures here, is it? So you got two pictures off, was it? Is it only two? Is that two the same there? Looks like it might be the same. And that one looks like it's further underneath there. Yep, guess another one. So where's the truck mirror stuff? Okay, we've got a close up with the shed. What was that talking about? That would be your analysis there, I think. Very sharply defined shadows in both photos. Obviously cast by the sun. So obviously they're real pictures. They haven't been superimposed or anything like that, right? So the only question really is it a real alien craft, or was it sort of hoaxed like the Billy Meyer way of doing things? So here we go. He's got a side-by-side here. It does kind of look like a side mirror of his truck when you look at it like that, though. Looks pretty identical to me. Same angle here. So yeah, it looks like they've done some good analysis there. I'll just post it on the sides. It's a bit of a shame if they did hoax it, though.
Simple people, but they were just working off the land. I don't know where they'd get their hands on, that kind of expertise to fake something like this.
Well, you could get a truck mirror and just put it on some 20-pound fishing line, just throw it over the power lines at the top there. Take some photographs. Oh, I don't know.
It looks slightly different to me. It doesn't look exactly the same in pictures.
I don't know. Have a look on this on your own screen, I guess. I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced that this is a legit flying saucer, but obviously there are real ones out there. I know was it back in the time when farming community was struggling with money and crops or something? What year was that? 73, did you say?
This was taken in May 1950.
That's
Yep.
50s, was it? Can't quite see what time.
1950.
Yeah. So Carpenter's truck mirror and Trent number 2 in 2004. Researcher Joel Carpenter, 1959 to 2014. So he's dead now. Created a website on McMillville Photos, Valley Photos. I'm not sure how you say that. Making a very good case that the object was directly beneath the overhead wires and close to the camera. He suggests that the object was a mirror from the old truck. I haven't restored Joe Carpenter's original photographs website, fixing only the links and placed it on the internet. He has restored it. So that's one of the pictures. Yeah, so, I just wondered if you knew about this guy's work. That sort of conflicts with what you were saying a wee bit. You might have to go and reread all that. There's a lot of reading there. And looks like it's comprehensive anyway. Anyway, just carry on. So, did you actually
Website,
did you actually meet any investigators that actually looked at the case at all, or
sure.
Yeah. Is there anything that sort of changed your mind by meeting people and stuff, you know?
William Hartman resurrected this case and published work on it in the coroner study. It's an interesting case to work on because it's either the real thing or a hoax. There's no halfway point.
Yeah, that's right.
If you take the attitude that you can't prove that it's not a hoax by looking at the photography.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if you say the photos don't prove it's not a hoax, they don't prove it is a hoax, prove it's not, then you're left with the testimony, the circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
And everybody who had talked to the Trents, including William Hartman, who would have been the most severe critic, presumably, concluded that they are not the type of people who would hoax anything, and certainly not a flying saucer type of thing that wouldn't even occur to them. So I think it's the real thing.
Me too.
Okay. So what's your next case that you got involved with there? Where did we get to?
Well, I suppose we'll have to talk about Gulf Breeze at some stage.
He was going through the timeline of how he got into... Yeah, but he was going through the time...
At the time that I was working on the Trent case, actually in 1974, I tried to get a paper published in Science magazine, which is almost impossible to do unless you're really doing science. I wrote a paper based on a sighting, a multiple witness sighting, occurred in Virginia in 1970. I sent that into Science, and I got it back in a couple of weeks by the editor of the journal saying that they already had enough stuff to fill our journal for 6 months, and I'd have to wait a long time to get it published. Mm-hmm. So basically, go away. So I went away and did other things. I analyzed the Gemini 11 photos. That's a spacecraft that was circulating the Earth in 1966.
Yep.
And some object went past the spacecraft. They got a couple of pictures of it. Then I also studied in 1973 the Space Lab photos, Skylab 3 photo of some reddish object. This is stuff that's on my website. It's really interesting to look at. Here's the Gemini 1966.
Just seeing what's on Google here. Is that the one there?
I don't know. If you look at my paper, you can find it.
Yeah.
You go to my website.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Do you know what number? Do you know what number it is?
I think it's, go the other way. Go to smaller number up.
Smaller numbers. UFO magazine. Here we go.
No, that's the one I just mentioned. Submitted Science Magazine.
Is that where the
Gemini
pictures
11,
are?
the
Let's have a
Gemini
look.
11. Gemini 11 is down farther.
Okay, that one's very fine print. Or faded print. Gemini is further down. Let's see. Predator. It doesn't seem to be in year order here, I suppose.
They're not.
No.
We
You need
don't have time to.
Keep going down.
keep
Skylab
going
3
down.
is right there.
Iranian Phoenix flying Christmas tree. That's a strange one. New Zealand sightings. So we get to that. White Sands. F-15. Maya spaceship. New Zealand again. Rods. JAL 1628. That was a good case, wasn't it? Yeah, not seeing it. How far down is it? We've got some pictures here at all. Satellite.
There's Gemini 11 right there. You just went past it.
Today. Where was it? Here, is it? Here we go. So we got some pictures on there, you said. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like a little dot. There it is there. Is that it? Let's see if we can zoom in. Unidentified object.
Maybe
Well,
better to let Bruce discuss, how this came about and his analysis and his conclusions.
yeah, it's up to him. Tell us about it if you want, or just skim over it. Sum it up pretty good.
Conrad and Gordon, the two astronauts, were in the Gemini 11 spacecraft. It was flying over the Atlantic Ocean heading towards Africa at the time. If you can imagine, this spacecraft looks like a cone, looks like a funnel that has a cone shape for the main part, and then a nose that would look like the front end of a funnel. Anyway, this spacecraft had two windows in it with very thick glass, and they had to look out these. They didn't have a wide angle of observation possible. So anyway, they're coasting along at 17,000 miles an hour, approximately, and they see this object reflecting light off in the distance, and it's coming closer and closer. It went below, in front and below, like this picture shows here. They got two pictures of it before it went out of its field of view.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And they reported this to NORAD, and NORAD, within a day, came up with an identification. NORAD said it was the booster rocket from a Proton 3 satellite.
Right.
And the Proton 3, they claim it was a couple hundred miles away from the Gemini 11. Well, that immediately sent some question marks up to something a couple of hundred miles away would make an image as large as the image in the film with the camera that they use. The focal length of the camera lens determines how big the image is going to be. A given size image object out of the distance. Well, it seemed to me to be too big. And I read an article by a guy, Lloyd Malin, who published in Popular Science. His discussion looked also like there was something funny going on. So I managed to get a hold of some pictures, and I analyzed the photos as best as possible. This pre-reproduction here looks a little fuzzier than the original print. But anyway, the question was, were they correct in saying that there was this Proton 3 satellite? And somebody had suggested that the Proton 3 was a lot farther away. So anyway, I taught myself how to do orbital calculations, and I calculated given the all unknown quantities that were necessary, I was able to calculate where the Gemini 11 was at the time of the photos, and also where the Proton 3 booster was. It turns out that the Proton 3 booster was like 3,000 miles behind the Gemini 11, or off to the side, really, of the Gemini 11. The two pictures show different orientations of the various parts of that, whatever it is. It's not exactly the same picture twice. It's changed. Could be by rotation, could be by whatever.
Yeah.
It's not. The two pictures don't show exactly the same thing. But anyway, the bottom line was, up to that point, the NORAD was saying that it was some that they had identified it, and I said, you haven't identified it. Your identification is 3,000 miles away. There's no way it could be in the picture. Furthermore, it was in the opposite direction. The unknown was to their left front. The Proton 3 booster was to their right rear.
Right. It doesn't look like a rocket on the image here, because it looks very fat at one end and very skinny at the other, doesn't it? On the image there. I haven't seen a rocket sort of that proportional before. I don't know if we got any pictures of a booster off the Gemini, a Proton, I mean, to compare it.
You wouldn't be able to see the details at 3,000 miles. You could see a little dot of light. It's more interesting, really, to look at Skylab 3.
Okay, so we've got booster rockets here. Which one's a Proton? Here we go. Picture of a Proton rocket. So it must have been at the end bit here they're saying it was. It's not that too chubby compared to the photograph.
Breaks apart, you know.
Yeah, that's much longer too.
It doesn't look like that when it's out in outer space. The boosters are gone.
Yeah, they're gone there. Stage 1 is it? And then stage 2 up here. And then just got the capsule. Here's a breakdown of it here. So they're saying it's this bit here. This whole bit here. The booster. Let's see, can we get a bit more on that one? So that would be a good one to add to your website. That image there, doing a side by side maybe of the photograph. I suppose it is kind of chunky at the end here. Now let's go back to the original photograph again. Whereabouts was it? Here. As much as we can get zoom on that. It doesn't quite sort of match up though, does it? It's sort of got a little bit sticking out the rear end there, but looks on that photograph. But yeah, it's really hard to say otherwise, I guess. It's really hard to tell because we just ain't got the quality there. So is that? Yeah, I suppose it could be a booster rocket. It's not when you compare the original rocket shape. It's certainly not a classic flying saucer that a lot of people have seen, right? It's not the same right shape there. So yeah, that one.
Well, it's not the rocket booster anyway, because it was too far away. We knew where it was. NASA could tell me the number plug into the equations to calculate where the Proton 3 booster was at the time.
Right.
It might be off by a few hundred miles from what I calculated, but it was 3,000 miles away.
Right.
And in the wrong direction.
So it still could be some sort of secret Russian leftover thing as well, but again, there's always going to be questions like that because there's a lot of space junk, right? So yeah, you never know what secret missions they were doing, especially Russians. But yeah,
well, back in those days, there weren't as many things up circulating around the Earth.
Yeah, right. Yes, early space race, wasn't it? Yes, it's unusual, that's for sure. But it's hard to say either way, really. So you reckon the government knew about UFOs and were just trying to do a cover story? Is that what your opinion was there?
Well, my opinion was that something unusual went past the Gemini 11 spacecraft, and NORAD didn't know what it was, or tried to cover up the fact that they didn't know what it was.
Right. Do you think NASA? Do you think NASA lies? Hang on. Do you think NASA lies about the stuff in space? Because everybody reckons they do.
I think they do.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised.
The government's point of view is any explanation is better than none.
Right.
And so if they can say with the Proton 3 booster, well, they've done their job, they can go home and drink a beer.
Yeah. You'd think people want to know for sure, though, because you want to know if it's really aliens visiting or some other military thing that's happening that we don't know about that could be a threat to our safety. So, yeah, it seems a wee bit too easy going in the American government back then, if that's the case. Let's go home and have a beer. It's all solved. So what happened next? Have you actually seen a UFO with your own eyes at all? That you can't explain.
I saw something that was pretty strange.
Right.
In Gulf Breeze.
Right. So we're coming up to that then.
Go back to my paper.
Right, yeah, I'll just close some of this down because we've run out of tabs. Why is it not closing? Doesn't seem to be doing it. So whereabouts were we there? And we forgot to mention about your music as well, but we'll come back to that at the end. Okay. Yeah, we got the music sitting there. Okay, so this is Gulf Breeze stuff, Defense of Ed Water's commentary. I think it was chapter 333 here, and it goes all the way up to 55, I think. So all that there is all about Gulf Breeze. So where do you want to begin? Talked about it. Bruce.
Oh, if you want to begin the Gulf Breeze, you really have to start with the beginning. which is
This
November
is
11th, 1987.
okay. So, have we got the right page here for it then?
You got
Paul,
2002.
don't be too concerned about the page. Let the man go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where does he want? Where does he want us to go to, though?
Well, you
Okay.
had in defense of Ed Walters, you could look at
Okay.
that.
That's the page I had up originally. Yep. Okay. So, what do you want to talk about that page there?
If you read this, you'll get an idea of the things that happen in this multiple event case of sightings.
Right.
You get it from the point of, as I said, defending Ed Walters against some severe skeptics who were essentially
Yeah.
claiming the whole thing was a hoax.
Yeah.
They had a little trouble with all the other witnesses, and they're sort of confronted with the illogic of saying there were 100 other witnesses to what Ed took photographs of, but Ed was faking it. Everybody else was real, but Ed was faking it.
Yeah.
That's not too logical. Anyway, you really have to start at the beginning, which I haven't got a paper here on that goes in a linear fashion through the whole history of the subject.
Yeah. I can see that.
I got pieces of it. I have papers to do that. I just haven't posted all the stuff I got.
No. You need a
Anybody?
web hoster. I mean, a web developer for you, and bring it up to scratch for you. So yeah, it's a lot of work you got there. Needs to be rearranged on your website.
I've written a whole book on the subject. I wrote it 10.
Yes, I've read the book.
What?
I've read the book. It's a good book.
You got a book
But
on it.
let's just see the story from the beginning. Never mind about web pages or anything like that now, Paul. Just load the gun and let him go.
Yeah, well, he is. He's going. Yeah, so,
If you want to start at the beginning, you start on November 11th, 1987, and you start at 2:30 in the morning when a lady was wakened by her barking dog, and she assumed the dog wanted to go out for a normal reason, and she took the dog out of the back door. She starts to walk down the sidewalk, and she notices the dog stops and is looking upwards and starts barking, frantically barking. And she looks up and sees this great big thing up there with lights on it and a blue beam coming down and hitting her dock. This lady then immediately thought, they're coming to take my dog. And she turned around and walked back into the house with the dog. As she goes back to bed, she says, I'll tell somebody tomorrow what happened. She goes back to sleep.
Yeah.
The next day, she decides it's not such a good idea to tell anybody, and so she doesn't. We wouldn't know about her sighting if it weren't for Ed Walters, but we haven't gotten to Ed Walters yet. Then, about 8:30 in the morning, on the 11th of November, a guy's riding along, and he sees this strange object flying at some nominal speed, and he gets out of his truck and to look at it, and he's wondering what the hell this thing is when all of a sudden two jets are coming from the east, and I think he was looking northeast or something. Two jets come along, and then this object takes off at super high speed. The jets go by.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next is I guess 5:30 or something like that. The former editor of the local paper and his wife are walking down the road, just out for an evening stroll, an evening walk, and they find they see this object hovering there. And
Yep.
it moves off. Again, they weren't going to tell anybody about what they saw. Then there were a couple other people who saw this thing. I forget all of them now.
So these are the two jets here on this page here. The F-15 UFO photos of Ed Walters. Is that the one you're talking about? With the two jets chasing?
No, this is 1994. There's been a hell of a lot of stuff that happened between November 11th, 1987, and this photo here, 1994. Widely different sightings. So anyway, this had nothing to do with it.
Right.
If you go back to the defense of Ed Walters, I think you find some mention of the way this whole thing started. Let me see.
Okay,
you have to scroll down. Keep going down. Keep going down.
Symposium. Invalid polygraph tests. Incompetent investigation. Photos. Double exposure. Some photos aren't double exposures. What else we got? Idiotic response by stupid investigators. What else we got? Another hidden, modeled hidden in the discredit edit. Yeah, that model
that sounded more like a plant to me.
Yeah, the models didn't actually line up with his photograph, did it? It was close, but it wasn't an exact match. Builds the first self-reference stereo camera. March 17th. Have we missed out one there? So how far down do we have to go? May the 1st? It's photos.
Never mind about that. I'd just like to know Bruce's opinion on that model, and if he thinks maybe that it was a plant, or maybe that Ed Walters was deceptive.
I'm not sure he heard you. Are you there, Bruce?
Yeah, I hear you. I guess I didn't put the beginning history on this. The point is, there were several sightings. There were about half a dozen sightings that occurred on the 11th of November 1987. Before Ed's sighting, when Ed saw it, his first thought, he said, was to call the police, and then he realized it would probably be gone by the time the police got there, so he ran and got a camera and he took 5 pictures of it. And you'd have to look at the first 5 pictures to see what the thing looked like. Anyway, the point is that there were people who saw this thing before he did. And that's an important factor in this whole understanding this whole investigation. Then, of course, there were lots of photos, and each photo has a story with it. I wrote a paper that was published by MUFON, which went in detail about the story behind each photo. It's a mind-blowing series of facts that I used to be able to recite the whole case from memory, but it's been a long time since I've tried to do that. I can give general commentary. For example, when Ed saw this thing the first time, he knew it was something unusual. He took 5 pictures of it, and only told his wife, who was coming back from shopping. Immediately after the sightings ended, he had gone out out of his house, taking four pictures, or 5 pictures
Yeah, I'm
from
just trying.
from his front door, and then he ran out into the street trying to get a picture looking straight up. I don't know if I haven't seen the first one of the first 5 pictures yet.
Yeah. Is it? Got some at the end here. Haven't got any numbers on them, unfortunately. That's it. Because the old case, not everybody's got the photographs, right?
Past it there.
Did I
One
go
of the
past
first
it?
5 was.
Oh, that one
Yeah.
there?
Keep going. This one. This is one of them right here.
Yeah.
That's one of the first pictures.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's left, right, reversed. Well, maybe.
You're saying it's reversed? One off the Gulf Breeze UFOs, yeah, okay. And there's Ed with his wife.
There was another one that came.
What else we got? What was that one? Newspaper clipping. Yeah, they haven't got all 5 of them, unfortunately, I don't think. Here's another one.
This is one of the first.
Right, it doesn't expand it for us. Where's it disappear to? Oh, we just have to zoom in. So that's another one of the first 5, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's. I could see why people think it looks sort of transparent there. That it could be like a double exposure.
I don't know. The first picture that he took has the branches of a tree blocking part of the image. And when I first saw that photo, I was at Jet Propulsion Laboratory talking to this little analyst guy.
Yeah. So it couldn't be a double exposure if the tree's hiding it, right?
The tree blocked it, and that was enough to prove that it couldn't have been a double exposure, right?
Yeah. Let's see if we can find it. Tree, maybe put tree in. Is there a tree in one of the pictures? I don't think I've seen the tree one, have I? No.
I remember.
I
If it was on the cover.
They've always got this one here of the road. But yeah, photos. Must be, you'd think it'd be here somewhere, wouldn't you? There's the lamppost one. No tree.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Down, bring it down.
Which one?
Down.
Down? This one?
You had it down.
I'm not too sure which one you mean.
This one. No, this is not very well. Right, you had it. There you go. Up one.
Up one?
Right there. Right there. Right there.
This one here?
Right there. This is the first one. Oh, that's right there.
Right. Yeah, but where's the one of the tree though?
In this version, the tree branch that cuts into it right in there.
And this one here.
This is a high contrast print, I guess, of a copy. A print of a copy of the original. Because I don't remember. It's got this big arc of color boundary between dark and light. And there is that arc there, but it's not as.
Is that the one? It looks like it's got.
It's got a tree, that's alright.
Yeah. That one's got a tree in it.
Over on the left hand, it's over more on the left hand side of the left of the center. It's not in this picture. That's this.
Maybe the picture's been reversed.
Here's a
Yeah.
tree that cuts it.
Yeah, it's a tree that cuts it. Is that the no, that's a lamppost, isn't it? Laser beam one. Yeah, it's amazing we can't find the tree one in
There's
full.
a blow up of it right here. There's a blow up of it. And,
That's what it's
I
showing.
don't know.
It's
We had
hopeless,
it.
really. Yeah, but I think we can't see the branch cutting it though. That one there. I think we just looked at that page. That's the only ones we got.
Yeah, well, I mean, the bottom line is, if the tree branch was in front of the photograph, then it's impossible for it to be double exposure. I think that's the main point
Yeah.
that we need to be looking at here.
There are other pictures that also reshoot the double exposure. One of them with a beam. There's one with a beam coming down, and the beam crosses a
We
sort of
saw that
horizon.
one.
Fishbowl.
Above the horizon, you got skylight plus the beam light. Down below the horizon, there's no skylight. It's just the beam light.
Ah,
If you scan along the length of the beam, starting with the object and scanning downwards, you should see a jump in image brightness when you get to the horizon. It should be the brightness of the beam. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, that's the
Paul.
tree one there, isn't it? There's the tree.
Yep.
Yes.
And it's definitely behind the tree.
If the object, it would be coming over like this if it weren't for the tree.
Yep, there it is.
A guy, Robert Nathan, who works or used to work at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, that was known for analyzing UFO photos, was sent these photos in December of 1987. And I visited him at his office in January of 1987. And when I did, he showed me these pictures from Gulf Breeze. Now, I had heard along the scuttlebutt that lots of people had heard about this guy who was taking all sorts of photos in this little town called Gulf Breeze, Florida. And what popped into my mind immediately was this another Meyer type guy. So anyway, I hadn't seen any of the pictures. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I didn't know the history of it or anything at that point. When I showed up in the middle of July at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Bob Nathan says, I've got some pictures I've been asked to look at. The National Enquirer wanted to know his opinion of these pictures. And he showed me black and white copies of the first 5. And I set them down on the table, and my eye was immediately drawn to this one with a tree. I said, that would be a tough double exposure.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
You could do it, but you'd have to do it by taking a mask, M-A-S-K-E, masked double exposure, do it. But you got to be able to put the mask in the right place to take the second photo and block the light that's coming from the object you're photographing. Anyway, this right here clearly shows cutting into the shape of the image. It would be coming out like this if it weren't for that. Well, like I said, every photo, and some 30 of them during the first 6 months, every photo has its story. The one that caused the most controversy was so-called road shot, which
is through a truck window, wasn't it? A truck window at the front.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going through.
Out the front, taking it out, taking it to the front window.
Front window of the truck.
I went with him to that spot. I figured that I forget how many hundreds of feet it was, where the object would have been hanging over the tree, over the road, rather.
Yeah.
But anyway, this was the question was, why can you see? Well,
Yes.
the fact that the truck had been in an accident and had a slight bend in the hood affected the analysis of this photo. I can't think right now of all the details.
Hmm.
But you really have to spend a lot of time on some of these pictures.
It does look
Fortunately, some
like
of
it's
them.
illuminating the road underneath, though, doesn't it, rather than...
Rather than in front of it.
Hmm.
It isn't looking for.
Certainly very bright here. But obviously we haven't got...
I can't recall now whether it was APSO or NICAP that abandoned Ed Walters, because one of the two did. They came to the conclusion, or one of those organizations came to the conclusion that he was hoaxing these things. The other one persevered with him. I don't know, maybe Bruce could clear that up for us.
The Center for UFO Studies, Mark Ryder and other people at the Center for UFO Studies believe the whole thing was fake.
Yes.
MUFON, Walter Andrus and MUFON backed Ed. And, and as far as I was concerned, I probably knew more about the whole thing than any one of the people, including Ed. By the time I gave a talk on it at the MUFON Symposium, unplanned, it wasn't planned in the original program for the MUFON conference. But because Gulf Reeds had taken up so much time and energy of everybody, they wanted me to talk about it, give my opinion. So, starting like at 8 o'clock at night after other people had talked, I talked for 2 hours. I had put together a program that had all the photos from November 11th, 1987, all the way through July of 88. All photos that Ed took, stuff that other people took. The analysis of each one, as I said, has a story behind it. And you have to understand all these stories. Some of the photos have a built-in, like I mentioned, a blue beam. You see this blue beam crosses the horizon right here. Up above the horizon, if you scan with a densitometer, which is
right, it must be on the same page.
Another guy, Jeff Sanio, another.
Where is it? Oh, here it was. Well, this is the best one we've got of it, unfortunately. So yeah, it's above the horizon. It looks like it's not actually keep on going down, does it? It sort of cuts off, which light doesn't normally do, does it? Light would normally expand.
What exposes the film is a summation. At any point on the film, there's a summation of all the light that's coming from out there and being focused by the lens to that point on the film.
Yeah.
So that point on the film, the amount of exposure level of that point depends on the summation of all the sources of light that are hitting it. In the case of the beam right in here, you got the backlight, which is daylight. This is early morning, so there's some skylight that's lighting up the horizon line.
Right.
Up above the horizon, you got the beam light and the horizon light.
Mm-hmm.
Down below, right at this point, downwards, you got only the beam light. The horizon light is all gone. So if you plotted a graph of the brightness of the image, starting up here,
Mm-hmm.
imagine a graph going along like this, scanning from here, starting at this point, the top of the beam. It goes along at some level, which is due to the background light, and then it drops because the background light is gone, and goes all along at a level that corresponds to the center of this.
Yeah.
So the point is that there's a drop in brightness at this point, which proves it's not a double exposure. If it were a double exposure.
Yeah. So unless he figured out some other way in illuminating a strip of light, it's not a double exposure. But if it was a laser beam coming down, wouldn't it expand as it's going downwards, so it'd form like a cone shape?
Laser beams are pretty tight.
Yeah, but
You'd
then
have to know.
they slowly expand as they come down to because of the air particles, right? If you
Yeah,
shine up,
you wouldn't notice that though, would you? If it's a low altitude, you wouldn't see that much, would you?
maybe.
We're assuming that we're looking at either particulate matter scattering blue light to create that image, or else it is. Let me see.
Yeah. So what was he saying? The blue beam was being what was he saying? The blue beam was doing in the photograph here. What was it meant to be
Well,
doing?
this particular picture was taken at the end of a sighting, which included Ed and his wife being in bed and being awakened by some noise that turned out to be generated by a small humanoid creature that was in their house, looking
Right.
in the bedroom window, I guess. And he grabbed a camera. At this point, he was pretty sensitized to taking pictures. He grabbed his camera and chased this creature out. The creature went off the back of the back patio, across a little garden type area, and onto the playing field of the high school. It was 400 or 500 feet from Ed's house.
Okay, I might be able to
And
find that.
he said he saw this creature run out there
Oh, you didn't
into
actually
the
get a
field.
photograph of it, did he? But there's
Get
that
a pinpoint of
rendering.
the creature. He said the creature went out, and in his opinion, that blue beam was picking up the creature. I remember during his first sighting,
Right.
he took pictures, and then he was going to take a sixth picture. But all of a sudden, he's on the road looking up. He feels encased in concrete. He said, like he was afraid he wasn't going to be able to breathe, and he gets all sorts of pictures and stuff in his head, and like a big download of information or whatever. And I can't think of what I was saying.
So that's meant to be a picture of the so-called alien he saw, I guess.
This is the area he saw on his back. I pulled up the bedroom window shade to see this small shielded being standing just on the other side of the glass. Jumped backwards. If you scroll down a little bit. Let's scroll up.
I guess these are his drawings or
Well,
someone
he
drew.
chased this thing out. He saw it running out into the field. He saw the craft out there. He thought that because he had been picked up by a blue beam after his first 5 photos, when he ran out into the street to take a picture looking straight up into the bottom of it, he gets encased in this bluish energy field or whatever, and starts to get picked up. So he assumes that maybe that's what the blue beam was picking up this creature that had been next to his bedroom. And he took a picture. And that's how he got this picture with the blue beam.
Right. I have seen other pictures of the alien. But yeah, you can see there's various renderings of other artists, which is not his drawing of the blue beam. So yeah, it would be good if he actually had lots of drawings that he drew if he didn't get photographs, I mean. This is an interesting one here that came out in 2004, I think it was. That was photographed but had no sort of... It was sent into a UFO magazine, I think it was, with no real explanation for it. Looks very similar to Ed Walter's UFO. So yeah, does that back up his claim?
There were some definite fakers in the Gulf Breeze area trying to play off Ed's stuff, and one was really bizarre. first of all, a newspaper gets a series of 4 or 5 Polaroid pictures taken by an anonymous photographer.
Yeah, that's the one.
And this was sometime in the spring of 1988, I think.
In a different state.
The editor of the newspaper has these pictures of object similar to what Ed had taken, and it's moving. It's at different positions with respect to some trees and a tree line.
Yeah.
And so the editor of the paper receives these pictures, and there was some comment about having a sighting and getting some pictures and so on. The editor, by this time, is a bit jaded by all the stuff that he's published, Ed's photos. And instead of publishing the photos, he doesn't do anything. After about 2 weeks, some guy calls up and says, I sent you some pictures. Why haven't you published them? And the editor of the newspaper said, well, he didn't say it exactly like this, but basically we only publish pictures that we can prove that not a double exposure. So what you need is some pictures. The editor of the paper told the guy this. He said, what you need is some pictures that are partially blocked. The object is partially blocked by something like a tree a long distance away. 2 weeks later, shows up on an envelope a series of Polaroid pictures. Each picture shows this object partially blocked by a tree. Talk about fakes to order. Needless to say, the editor never published the pictures.
Right, yeah.
The tree looks behind that thing.
Not too sure.
Well, I think it looks behind it.
You reckon it looks behind it? Could be. It's hard to tell without doing...
It appears at least to be blocking out some of the branches there.
It's in front of it, isn't it?
It appears to be.
The tree's behind it.
The UFO's in front of the branch. It's a bit hard to tell without doing some filters on it to see where the branch goes. I probably could do that here now.
But not now. But no, don't do it now, Paul.
No.
Don't do it now?
No. Come on.
No.
We only have Bruce for a limited amount of time, so let's make the most of it.
You want to just do a snap of it if you want, and then we do it later.
Yeah, later, yeah.
Do a snap and do it later. Sometime.
Increase the
contrast.
Increase the contrast right in here.
Yeah. So you reckon this one's a fake yourself? Doesn't really back up Ed's UFO sighting? Is that what you're saying?
This photo has nothing to do with Ed.
No, it had nothing to do with Ed, but it looks very similar type craft with the thing on the top and everything like that.
This one here showing him wearing a towel.
So this one you can see the little knob on the top, right, on that one.
Yeah, that looks behind the trees.
That one looks like it's behind the trees this time, yeah. But yeah, but doesn't mean it's not hanging on a fishing wire, because we can't see the rest of the scenery because it's not a video, you see. This is a problem with photographs. So we can come back to that if you want to, but yeah, like I said, I can run it through some quick analysis.
Just take a snapshot and we do it some other time, Paul.
I think he wants to have a look at it though, by the sounds of it.
A histogram stretch.
I haven't got the folder open though. Yeah. Have you got a time limit at all, Bruce? Because we don't really work on time here. We just talk until we're finished, you know. You don't have to go dashing off anywhere soon. How long we got you for? That's what I'm asking.
There's no time limit.
Yeah, there
Oh,
you go.
excellent.
So I'll stick it through the various filters, and then we can see if the branch cuts across the back or through the front. Once it opens up, of course. Yeah, when I found this photo a couple of years ago when I was looking into Gulf Breeze, had really no information about it whatsoever, and I thought, yeah, it does kind of look similar. Could that sort of back up his claim? That maybe it's returned after, what, 20 years, is it? 20-year return. So we got brightness.
So this is the black of it here. It's making it hard, isn't it, to see the branches?
Yeah, looks like it might be in front of it, actually.
Yeah, it is in front now.
I'll just do a colour swap on it, and we'll be able to see the branch then, probably.
So it is behind the tree.
I might have to zoom in more. Alright, looks like the branch is behind, in front of it there, I think. Looks like it's coming up.
It was hard to tell with it being black.
There you go, you can see the branch now. No, it looks like it could be behind. Yes, it would be a black line going through, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see what else. No, it's definitely behind. Look, it's definitely behind.
Yep.
And that's what you can do with the colour swapping, you see. So we're changing all the colours on the screen, and you can see definitely the outline of the craft is in front of the tree here. Look, you can see the circularness of it here. In fact, if that's that bright there, we'd expect the tree branch to be illuminated more if it was in front.
You can see it's in front.
The UFO's in front? Yeah.
No, the UFO's behind the branch now, I think. We can see the leaves.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just...
No,
I think it's in front. Looks like it's in front there to me. See that one there? Definitely looks like it's in front of the branch to me. Because it should be cutting right through here otherwise, right?
yeah.
But still, that could mean that it's a small object then, and not a big object, if that's the case, right? Because that makes a whole difference, you know, perspective-wise. See, that one definitely looks like it's cut in front now, see. We're not seeing like this pattern of leaves going over top of it, see that? We would expect a lot of whiteness to happen, right?
Yeah, it's Chinese lantern size, isn't it, by the look of it?
Yeah, it looks like it's a small object to me. There was another image here. Let's have a look at that one. But yeah, still not conclusive what it is. Open.
So, did this turn out to be a known hoax then?
Bruce,
I never seen this picture. I've never
But
seen
yeah.
this picture.
This is
So he's never
from.
seen this picture.
Okay.
That's not one of the pictures that I was referring to as a
Oh,
hoax.
okay.
The guy clearly hoaxed. The guy was told that he needed to have a picture with something blocking part of the image to prove it wasn't a double exposure. And so the next thing we know, along come pictures exactly the way they're supposed to be.
Okay, so it looks like a branch cutting through here, doesn't it? Going that way.
Yeah, that's it.
But then again, it still looks like a small object to me. But it's still got the little thing on the top here. So this is very interesting still, though. But now we can see that branch going up here. Looks like it's going up here still. Although you have to get the right colours swapping. It certainly looks like it's cutting off the bottom of it there. So it looks to me like this one's either a model or it's a real UFO of some sort. The size of it's a bit hard to tell, really. Shame it's not a video. That would really make it conclusive then if we were able to see if it's swinging like that. We know it's on a cable. Same as Billy Meyer's stuff, right? But yeah, look at that. Yeah.
I have a big analysis of Billy Meyer.
Yeah, I see
Billy
you
Meyer.
got. And so is Billy Meyer a fraud then to you?
Yep.
100% fraud? Yeah. There's a guy that duplicated all his videos. I can't remember what his name is now. But he's got a still on YouTube, and they're very well done. He ties a hand behind his back and shows you can swing it around exactly the same as Billy Meyer did. So what do you reckon of Michael Horn? I've just got an email from him trying to promote something else. Did you get an email from Michael Horn? Saying
No.
debunkers prove this one is a hoax. He said it was... I've just posted it on Discord not long ago. Do you remember what it was now, guys? Whereabouts did I post it? He said it was a picture... Whereabouts did I put it? I have to find it. Anyway, we're done with those ones now, I think.
Yeah, go back to Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting photographs, though.
Ultimately, I concluded this was real, and from a scientific point of view, the best proof that I could offer was the stereo photographs. Ed Walters was and still is, as far as I know, the only person to take stereo photographs of a UFO, and stereo photographs that actually allowed for the calculation of the size and distance of an object. Now, of course, the reason for taking stereo pictures is that, in principle, if you do it right, you have some object off there at a distance from a stereo camera, you can tell how far away it was by the parallax, the angle shift from one you have two cameras or two lenses separated by some distance, and you get a direction from one lens to the object, and the direction from the other direction of the other from the other lens to the object. So you got two different directions. They differ by a small amount, and that small amount can tell you, you know, the baseline, the distance between the two cameras. You divide by the angle, and you get a distance that goes to the object is, and then from the size of the image on the camera film
Yep.
plane, you can tell how big. You can use that
Right.
along with the distance, how big it is. Well, Ed had taken Ed's first stereo photo with the 4-lens Nimslow camera. Nimslow, the name, the guy who made it, invented his 4-lens camera in order to take pictures that if you've ever seen these like photographs that you rotate the photograph, not in plane but rotated out of plane. You see maybe 2 or 3 different pictures if you look at it from different angles. So that type of multiple picture is generated by this Nimslow camera. Ed was given a Nimslow camera that somebody bought to use, and was told nothing about the stereo effect, but was told that this would allow us to have 4 separate negatives to send to different analysts to get more opinions on the pictures. In other words, the idea we told him the idea of the 4-lens camera was to get 4 negatives of each shot, and they could be sent for analysis to different people. So he
Unfortunately, we haven't got an image of that particular photograph available to us online. I think it's only available in his book.
Whoever took the trouble of making all these copies didn't even think that on the Nimslow camera didn't even probably thought that Nimslow camera images weren't worth looking at. They
Right.
only showed an arrangement of lights. Anyway, he took a series of 10 pictures with this Nimslow camera one night, February 28th, I think it was, in 1988. And after I had succeeded in figuring out how to analyze stereo photos and get information out of them, which took me about a month, I was able to determine that he had photographed a small object that was close by, 70 feet away, a couple of feet in size. And a distinctive array of lights, which is nothing at all like what he had been taking before.
Right.
That was in February, and he took those photos. And then after he had taken the pictures, and I had begun my calculations, and they told him that the pictures were really taken. They could tell how far away an object was with these pictures. And we wondered whether Ed would start shaking in his boots, because we told him that we could tell if he was photographing a small model at a short distance or a real big thing at a long distance.
Yeah.
The long distance parallax would be different from the short distance parallax.
Yeah. And
if you're a faker and you're faking a model in your bathroom or something like that, in a bedroom, turn on all the lights, take a picture in the bedroom of the model, and then go outside and take a picture of the sky. And bingo, you got the model, the object up in the sky. If the sky background is black, then you don't have any problem with light from diffusing through the image of the model itself. I told this situation to one of the newspaper reporters who was investigating Ed sightings. The newspaper reporter was going to try to fake Ed sightings by hanging a model up and taking a picture of it.
Yeah.
Or doing a double exposure where he photographs a model. Photographs a model in a dark area, so there's no light except from the model itself. And then he goes outside and takes a picture. He memorizes where the model image was going to appear in the photo. And then he arranges to have that model image be superimposed on the skylight. Then when he develops the picture, he gets a combination of the skylight plus the model. And if the model if there's good distinction between the two, the model will appear to be up in the sky. But there's a hitch. If the model has windows, in quotes, on it, areas which are dark, like Ed's pictures showed, or fake models that people tried to put over on us.
Mm-hmm.
I told them, what you're going to find is in the window areas, it's not going to be black like you got painted on your model. It's
Mm-hmm.
going to be sky color. And so he went out and proved it and wrote about the fact that I had predicted what was going to happen, and I was right. Well, telling Ed that this NewStuff camera would be able to tell us how far away something was, and therefore how big it was, he'd easily figure out that we would catch him in this double exposure technique if that's what he actually used.
Mm-hmm.
And with a NewStuff camera, at 2.5 inches of spacing the eyes between the two outermost lenses of the NewStuff camera, about 2.5 inches apart. That gives you about the parallax of your eyes under ordinary circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And if that would be sufficient to get somebody who puts a model in a bathroom or in a bedroom 10 or 15 feet away
Yeah.
and
Yep.
photograph it.
Yeah, we understand that.
So anyway, he didn't seem to be bothered by that at all. So then I
Right.
said, of course, if we had a better stereo camera, we could get better estimate of distances.
Mm-hmm.
And he sounded interested in that. I said, you could make one with two cameras a foot apart. I didn't know how he would do it. He was a pretty handy guy. I was just sort of speculating on what one might do. Well, you might take a foot-long board and clamps a camera on each end of it. Get two Polaroid cameras and clamp a camera on each end of it, and put a rod out. It goes from the halfway point, halfway between the cameras, a rod that sticks out maybe 3 feet, and you put a nail at the end of the rod. And now, if you build this right, that nail will show up in both cameras. On the right-hand camera, it'll show up on the left side of the field. On the left-hand camera, it'll show up on the right side of the field, and it'll give you a calibrated parallax effect.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I call it the self-referencing stereo camera.
Yeah.
Well, I told that to Ed. It was more of a joke on my part, a technical joke that he could contemplate doing that. Next thing I know, 2 weeks later, or whatever it was, a week and a half later, he says, I've made a camera. They're 2 feet apart. He borrowed somebody's. He had bought himself a Model 600 Polaroid camera, and he borrowed another one from a friend. And so now he had two Polaroid cameras at the ends of a bar, piece of wood that was 2 feet in separation.
Mm-hmm.
And that was great because 2 foot separation would allow you to do a parallax effect up to about 100 feet. And when you're getting into the 50 to 100 foot range, you're sort of stretching the model hypothesis beyond its capability of being stretched. So anyway, he took some pictures with this, and the first pictures he took with it showed that it would work, but unfortunately my self-referencing system didn't work as well as it should.
Yeah.
It wasn't until May 1 of 1987 that he sort of got it all together, and a combination of luck and being prepared. He had already taken several pictures with a stereo camera by May 1. He had already taken pictures with it. They had not been exactly the quality that was needed to do the calculations I wanted. So anyway, he heard a hum in his head. That was his story. He knew that he knew it was time to go and take a picture when he got a humming noise in his head. You can read about that in his book. And he got a hum in his head. He drove to the beach area and set up his camera on deserted places on the beach in Gulf Breeze. He sat there to wait and see if something happened. And lo and behold, something happened. He saw this object appear off in the distance. And he was looking from the south side of the Gulf Breeze Peninsula. He's looking south towards the Bob Sykes Bridge, which crosses the Santa Rosa Sound from Gulf Breeze to Pensacola Beach. So he's looking, he sees this object out there. He's got his camera already set up in a tripod. He rotates the camera system, the two cameras, so he can shoot the picture of this object. And he takes a picture, which means pressing both camera buttons at the same time. And then he starts to get ready to take another picture, and he realizes that these things have disappeared. And then he realizes that it's right over his head. A white beam came down, and he fell down and landed on the sand. Next thing he knows, he's waking up, and it's like 20 minutes have gone by since he saw. He had noted the time in which he had his sighting. 20 minutes or something, an hour and 20 minutes. I think it was an hour and 20. I forget the exact number. But in any case, it had been quite a while. He was lying on the beach. And he called me up the next day and told me about it. Another thing about this stereo photograph is it came with built-in calibration, which is the scientist's ideal, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The Bob Sykes Bridge runs north-south from the south side of the Gulf Breeze Peninsula to the north side of the Pensacola Beach. And so this bridge runs across there about a half a mile or whatever it is, and it has street lights along the edges of the bridge to light the bridge up. And it just so happens, talk about lucking out, Ed had the camera pointed towards this big object, which turned out to be the Ed type object. He had the camera pointed towards that. He didn't realize it at the time, but we found out in analyzing. He got the pictures of the lights along the bridge, and we could pick out one of the lights, for example, and tell exactly where it was on the bridge. And we knew exactly where he was. We knew exactly where that light was, so we could calculate the actual distance. We could actually measure the angle, the parallax angle for the two cameras, and demonstrate that the parallax angle gave you when calculated out, gave you the distance to the light. So it came with built-in calibration.
Mm-hmm.
Then we noticed that there were two images in this. One was the image of what we call the Ed type, which is the one with a big bright ring at the bottom and a light on the top and a midsection. The standard Ed type UFO. The other UFO was the Nimslo type, which is the second time we've seen the Nimslo type. The collection of lights, as I said, it was a collection of lights, which was unique. So here I've got a stereo shot with calibration built in. All I had to do is calculate the parallax effect for each one of these two objects. The Ed type object turned out to be 400 and some feet away, 10 feet I think it was between the bright ring and the top light. Whatever it was the dimensions of the Ed type UFO. And then the other one was at a different parallax distance. It was 130 feet away and a couple of feet long. In other words, it matched the Nimslo size. So we had one stereo camera shot, which had two parallax corrections. Well, a parallax for the bridge light, a parallax for the Ed type UFO, and another third parallax for the Nimslo type UFO. And that was impressive. To do something like that and predict it ahead, you have to do calculations. If Ed could have sat down and said, I'm going to point my camera at the bridge lights over there, they'll provide a calibration. Then where should I put my Ed type UFO, and where should I put the Nimslo type UFO? Either case, the 450 foot distance for the Ed type UFO would put it out over the sound. It was floating on the water or something like that. The parallax for the NewStuff type UFO showed it was only 135 feet away, a couple of feet in size, and that would be require a different parallax. So it would take an expert in stereophotography to calculate beforehand where to put these objects and make them make a picture which is self-consistent. When I finished the calculations, it took me about a month to get all this stereo photography down pat, understanding what's going on. And when I spoke at the MUFON Symposium, I guess it was in July of that year, I talked about these stereo photos and tried to impress upon the people the importance of the fact that this stereo photo on May 1 was self-consistent, something that would require calculations by somebody who knows how to calculate trigonometry and stereo parallax. When I saw it had done this, I was essentially convinced that Ed was telling the truth on the other stuff too. At the MUFON Symposium, I didn't overly emphasize a conclusion, a positive conclusion. I said more like, I don't see anything that's inconsistent with what he has said yet. So I could be convinced it was a hoax, but it would take a lot of convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know I've got an image of the stereo. Oh. What's going on there? Yeah, I know I've got a picture on. You ain't got your headset on, have you?
I have.
I think Bruce hasn't. That's why maybe he's having trouble hearing. The headphones make a difference. Yeah, I was just trying to find. I know I've got them in this episode somewhere, the stereo photos, but I just can't seem to find it. It's very hard to search with the thumbnails. I think it's a close up off the page in the book. So yeah, Bruce, are you still there?
Yes. Have you got the book with you, or on your computer?
No, unfortunately, I don't think I have. But yeah, maybe I can search for the images here in the video I made. Stereo. Let's see.
So just while you're doing that, can I just ask Bruce, what did Ed Walters do for a living?
Engineer, wasn't it?
Designed and built houses. He had spent some time in Costa Rica managing a farm there back in the 70s, and then he had moved to Gulf Breeze sometime in the early 80s, I guess. I don't forget exactly. Sometime, and he was a general contractor, I guess.
Yeah, hardly the person you'd expect to have with that kind of expertise.
Not the type of person you'd expect to be creating a flying saucer hoax, of all things.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
People have all sorts of hobbies, though, don't they?
Yes, but my God, he must have been good.
Yeah.
And you'd have thought that somebody would have known, if he'd had this kind of secret expertise on how to fake things, you think somebody would have come forward at some stage and blew him out. But that's never happened.
Now, right here, you had a picture that said this is Polaroids. The picture is the first 20 pictures or something, I forget the exact number, he took with an old Polaroid camera. Then we told him all about how the old Polaroid camera could be used to create double exposures, because you could click the shutter any number of times before you practically pull the film out to get the film developed. Film wouldn't develop until you pulled it out. So you could take 2 or 3 or 4 exposures, whatever you want, get one image laying on top of another, and take multiple exposures with it. Well, we told them that meant it could be used for creating double exposures, and therefore might have been used to create some of his pictures. Hint, hint, hint. So what does he do? He goes out and buys a Model 600. You look up the Model 600 and you find that you press the button and the machine automatically kicks the film out. It doesn't have to. It develops itself after it's been ejected. It is possible to do this sort of thing. And by the way, we're looking at Tommy Smith's testimony right there. It is possible to do a double exposure with a Model 600, but you practically have to break the camera. You have to stop the motor from ejecting the film, which is a bad thing to do if you want to keep your camera for a while. Stop the film before it comes all the way out, and push it back in again.
I heard someone say they could jam a pen knife in the front to stop it ejecting, and it did the trick for double exposures without breaking the camera.
You have to do something clever to avoid breaking the camera when you. I went and bought myself a camera and tried to do the same thing. It was difficult to make that work and get a double exposure or something with a couple of things lined up. In any event, the point is that he was criticized for using a camera that could be used in double exposures, so he goes and buys a camera that can't be used in double exposures because he didn't want to. He wanted to prove that his pictures weren't double exposures.
Wow, fascinating. Absolutely.
Mm.
Wow.
It was a very unusually interesting case to work with because it started in November, and the first phase of that lasted from November 1987 all the way through July of 1988, and then for 10 years afterwards things happened.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, it wasn't all.
Unlike most UFO cases, even group cases and things that continue, we were able to have an impact on the investigation, impact on what he did. For example, giving him a Nimsdal camera. Nobody would have ever thought of that. Some clever guy from the MUFON organization thought of giving him a Nimsdal camera. And I don't think that guy from the MUFON organization, I don't think he himself knew about the stereo effect that is possible with a camera. When I found out that they had given him a Nimsdal camera, my first thought was, wow, stereo pictures.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't find those double images. I know I've got it in the video somewhere, but it's only a few seconds.
By double images, you mean the two pictures, left and right camera?
Yeah, left and right eye. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pictures in the book.
Yeah, I know. I know I've got a page of it here somewhere.
The book, The Gulf Breeze Sightings, has got excellent photography in it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't got indexes to all the bits in it. It might be coming up here, I think.
And the thing is, even if you took the photographs and Ed Walters out of the Gulf Breeze scenario altogether, you still have multiple witnesses that something was going on.
Oh yeah, I pointed out. I wrote a paper, Gulf Breeze Without Ed. I presented that at the MUFON Symposium in 1980, I think.
Yeah.
Or 1990, I mean. Gulf Breeze Without Ed.
It still works.
All the sightings, 200 and some sightings, I think it was, over a couple of years. Only 30 or 40 of them had anything to do with Ed.
Yeah, and of course, Philip Klass brought up a juvenile conviction that he had for, I'm not sure if it was a fake signature on a check. And of course, Philip Klass made the most out of that. But no, for me, that doesn't work as a debunk.
Did he hear you?
I don't know.
There's a lot of silent gaps.
Yeah, I think he would have been. I don't think he's got the headset on. He had the free mic, but he didn't put the headphones on, so he would have heard better.
Oh.
You still there, Bruce?
Yeah, anyway. Oh, is he gone?
No, what I just thought was a video of an object that moves from the left to the right, stops and moves back to the left again, which doesn't sound too interesting, except that it's going at 500 miles an hour when it comes to a complete stop and reverses.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see my keyboard, one of them. That's
I
the
just
deep
can't
video.
find it. There's a picture of the book. I know it's here somewhere. I think he might be looking up something, is he? Oh, here's the book, is it?
Oh, I think this is the TV show where Philip Klass, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's talking about double exposure, but I haven't got the Oprah Winfrey one where they claimed Ed Walters was a check fraud when he was 19, made him suspicious. Yeah. I think that's the information, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was. I think Philip Klass appeared on that show, didn't he? And he was the one who dug up the dirt, as he usually does.
Mm. Yeah, I just can't find the images.
Never mind.
It's only a few seconds, I know. You have to watch the whole episode, and we ain't got indexes on it.
Yeah, but I'm convinced that something did go down at Gulf Breeze. I think the evidence is overwhelming when you take it all into account.
Mm.
I don't know, Paul, if you wanted to move on to the New Zealand cases.
We're
not quite finished. There was some.
Talked about it. Read Bubba.
Yeah, I know there's some.
From 1990 onwards. Now, these are pictures by other people.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some. You got a page here with the jet fighter in 1994 or something like that. Where is it? This one here is quite an interesting one. 1994. Who took that one?
That was a telephoto lens on a 35mm camera.
Apparently, this is a UFO in front with a fighter jet.
He was doing something around in his office, and he has a big window in his office that looks northward towards the Gulf Breeze. He's on the south side of the Santa Rosa Sound, looking north, and he happens to see a strange object up in the sky up there. So he gets his camera's already set up. This is an attempt to duplicate the pictures and see what are those airplanes should look like, in what direction you're looking at it in this photo, and try to line it up with this model. Anyway, he gets two pictures out of it. One picture, there's an object approaching a plane approaching the object, and then the next picture, the plane has gotten in between the object and the camera.
Well, it does look like a UFO shape, doesn't it? This one over here.
Yeah.
It looks
yeah.
like a cylinder with a big ring, a big fat ring around the center of it. Something like that.
It kind of looks like a Ed Walters one, though. It looks like it's got a little bright light or something on the very top here. It could be same craft, couldn't it?
A different angle.
I think it's different, but
Okay, you think it's different?
I don't know if there's anything proving it. Now this
And
picture right here, the brightness of the, Ed said the thing was up there like an egg with a bunch of balls around the center part.
Mm-hmm.
These bright spots here. Now this bright area punches into the image of the plane, so it blocks the image of the far wing off.
Yep.
But it's clear that this plane is between the camera and this object with its multiple fuel tanks, or whatever they are.
Mm-hmm.
And so we know, you can figure out how big the airplane was. I mean, we know the size of the airplane. We can calculate what this would be in a distance perpendicular to the line of sight, and tell how far away the airplane was, and then the object itself was at some distance, hundreds of feet or whatever away from the airplane. Farther.
Shame we didn't have a camera, video camera. That would have been really great.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been amazing. That would have been like smoking gun footage.
That was in January of 1994. 3 months later, in April of 1994, he gets the photo of an object with a little, it was sucking up water from the center of the sound.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an object that looks somewhat like this thing turned this way. Instead of bulging out like that, it's twisted 90 degrees.
Mm-hmm. So,
all that stuff is calculated out.
Yeah. I guess it does look a wee bit different to Ed's, but it looks like it might have either a row of lights or a row of windows that are very bright on it here, you know. This image here is a lot clearer though. Well, that one can't be hoaxed, obviously. Was there any other eyewitnesses to that at the time, or was it just that one guy that saw it in the office? So this would have been taken through a window, because he would have been in the office, right? He wouldn't have taken... So we got glass in the way here as well, right? It's not actually looking through an open window. Is that correct?
All right. I think that's right.
Good picture for glass.
Damn, scroll backwards, upwards, and you find out what the situation was. I'm pretty sure he was in his office.
Right. Yeah, because we got no other reference points of the window, have we?
No reflections, nothing.
That's right. There's no reflections.
We had this. This is a wide field of view. It shows the ground here, and then this other airplane coming in.
Yeah.
The blow up doesn't have ground reference, but this provides you ground reference for one of the pictures.
Yeah, it's pretty high up, isn't it? And would you better fake that with a model that small, far away? Seems impractical that it could be faked. And of course, there's no trees around and no power lines, so that's sort of a plus. Because we know that then you got stuff to string stuff over, right? So that's one of the cases. Was there any more here? What's this one? Bubba. No, we just closed that one. Actually, I should be actually copying these two guys so you can actually have a look. I'll just copy the link. And I'll close it down. So moving on to Bubba one, which is like a circle of lights with something in the middle there.
That's one of them that he got. But anyway.
Yep. You want to talk about that one?
What you're about to read is a series of sightings of strangely behaving lights and rings of light in the skies of the Gulf breeze.
Florida, 1990s.
Occasional sightings scattered throughout UFO history cannot compare the unprecedented series of sightings between November 1990 and July 1992 in Gulf breeze. During that time, the Gulf breeze research team logged about 170 sightings. Other people have statistics that go even bigger than this, most of which involve multiple witnesses and most of which include still photography with telephoto lenses and or recorded by video camera. In several cases, a light was observed simultaneously by two separate groups, thereby allowing for triangulation. In one case, infrared sensitive light film detected a change in the output radiation from the light. Where'd it go?
From the light. And in the another case,
we can't expect this to be
yeah. Now, this series of sightings had multiple witnesses with optical aids and so on. They also had they claimed that Red Bubba was a flare, a red flare.
Red flare.
So they get a spectrum and put it in a camera. You can put a diffraction grating that you can get from Edmund Supply or someplace. A diffraction grating in a camera. When you do that, you get a regular picture, but you also get pictures that are off the center axis of the film, which are color separated. So if you've got three different colors coming at you and blended into one, and it goes through this diffraction grating, it gets split up into the three different colors that you can see. Well, it just so happens that they got a picture of the same camera and the same grating on the same day, got a picture of a flare and a red UFO, and the two spectra don't match.
Is that the picture there? Looks kind of like a flare. What's this over here though? Looks like a street lamp, is it? Yeah, it's a very small blob of light too, isn't it? When you look at that photo there. That one's got long exposure by the looks of it. Squiggly line.
That's a 4-second exposure.
Yeah, 4 seconds.
4 seconds.
What's that line going through here?
Cable.
Cable, is it?
Okay.
Yeah, shrink the picture.
What else we got? Any other ones? Apart from that one there. Kind of looks like a circus ferry wheel upside down, I suppose. Yeah, well that doesn't look like a flare, does it? It looks a bit more complicated than a flare. What's that one?
A flare typically is black and white anyway. Well, they may make for a visual display from a flare sometimes turn green in homage to the original infrared sensing surfaces.
Yeah. Did no one get any videos of this at all?
You go down far. Here we go. March 12th, 1991. There's 4 photos here. 5. Here's this object right here. Okay. Second, go back 1. Make it go down. Okay, first photo. These are street lights. Here's the UFO that we're interested in right there. there were people. This is a multiple witness case. They said they could see this light, which was the red Bubba was right there.
Mm-hmm.
And Ed Walters had a camera with infrared sensitive film in it, and he took these pictures in the company of, I don't know, 20 or 30 other people who are watching this. So you see, here's a second picture. The object is at about the same location.
Mm-hmm.
Compare the lights. Go to the next one.
Next one. It's a bit closer, or brighter at least.
It's up here.
Doesn't really, it's just like a blob of light in the sky. It hasn't got any sort of shape to it, really.
It's a blob of light. Again, remember, this is being picked up by an infrared camera. A camera with films with infrared.
Right.
Go to the next one.
Next one.
What's causing the ring light on that, though, Paul?
Okay, this is the fourth picture right here. Look at how big that is. Now, the story that goes along with this is somebody saw this red Bubba. They had been seeing it for many, many times by this time. Somebody, and this has been taking place in Pensacola, which is a big city.
Mm.
The camera was loaded with infrared film, so it's picking out all the things that you can see with infrared film. And the red thing they were looking at starts off as a small, dim image in the infrared film, but it was bright red according to the witnesses.
Right.
Then in the fourth photo, you get three photos with this thing being a dim image in infrared, bright red for the witnesses. Then the witnesses say it went from being bright red to very dim. But what happened in the infrared? The infrared photo goes bright. In other words, the infrared photo goes dim, 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 bright, while the visual one is bright, 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 dim.
Oh, wow.
It's as if it shifted its spectrum from visible to infrared.
Right.
Infrared we're talking about is like 1 micron.
Jeez.
Just like he's cloaking.
Yeah,
Visible
cloaking.
is like 680 to 400 nanometers, and the infrared that the film is sensitive to is around 1.2 microns to 7/10 micron. So it's like it shifted its whole spectrum.
Right. Could that be something natural though, like what they call earth lights or ball lightning, rather than the alien craft, ball lightning, earth lights?
It wasn't a fake.
Wasn't a fake, no. Okay. Yeah, so that's all we got there. I got a map of the area.
This is interesting because this is one of those that was triangulated. They had red Bubba. Typically, the red Bubba thing would come on red, stay red as it traveled along some distance. That would turn to bright white flashing and then go out after traversing some distance. And that was sort of generally what it would do, whether it's traveling with the wind, against the wind, or across the wind.
Yep.
That's April 9th, 1991, I think. 1990, yeah. Go backwards a little bit. The light was initially red. This is one of the first Bubba sightings.
Red was spotted at the east. Doesn't have the year number there though. April.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what year was this? Was this 1987 as well? Was this one of the original?
This is 1990 or 91.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the year number.
The infrared pictures were 91, I think. Too fast for a flare.
April 1990, it says here. There had been several sightings during the first 2 weeks. So it must be 1990. In March 1988, she saw the Gulf Breeze UFO. Yep.
Wait a minute. They had this picture.
Yeah, let me just scroll up a bit again. Let's see. 1990, yeah, it must be. Sightings between November 1990 and July 1992.
July 92, yeah. It kind of reminds me of Hudson Valley in a way, where the sightings went on for many years.
170 sightings.
So what do you think UFOs are coming here for, Bruce? So have you got any opinion? Is it interdimensional, or do you reckon it's from other planets, or both?
Well, there were a number of abductees in the area. Bud Hopkins went there and organized a abductee support group. Ed was one of the abductees. So there could have been a lot of whatever type of UFO business there they do. There could have been a lot of business there in the Gulf Breeze area.
Right. Yeah, but what's your opinion what the UFO phenomenon is? Do you reckon it's aliens coming from other planets or other parts of the universe, or using some exotic technology like a wormhole to get here faster, or do you think it might be multi-universe, interdimensional, breaking through into our universe?
I'm a nuts and bolts guy, and I'd be more likely to accept the ET hypothesis, because I could envision doing that myself, getting in a spacecraft, and I might not make it the distance, but if I want to go to another star, or somebody to go to another star, I know how I can do it. I can build a rocket, or I can build a great big mirror and you do solar sailing or whatever. Point is, it ultimately is plain old Newtonian propulsion, where you eject something out of the back to make the whole thing go forward.
Yeah.
Whether it's chemicals or photons or whatever you eject out of the back, you eject some momentum out the back, and that gives you some momentum towards the front.
Because in space, though, once you've got real high speed, you don't need much power after that then, because there's nothing to slow you down, is there? In space.
Although you got meteorites and micrometeorites impacting on the front of the craft, it could destroy it. You see, so.
I mean, deep space travel is highly problematic.
So you could easily get wiped out by a piece of rock, right? So you reckon that? Yep.
Pretty good statistics on the idea that collisions are few and far between, because we've had satellites up there now since 1961 or 2 or whatever, and I can't recall anybody saying that they heard of a satellite that just got smashed by something that was traveling along. Even the astronauts don't seem to worry too much about micrometeorites.
Yeah, well, the space station is traveling at 17,000 miles per hour, isn't it? So it's moving quite fast in orbit.
5 miles a second is the escape speed from the Earth.
Yeah.
So if you're going to escape from the Earth at 5 miles a second by shooting straight out and continue that speed, you're sweeping out a large area of volume.
So your idea is that aliens have been using conventional travel, but they've been traveling for millions of years in livable motherships where they grow their own food and they're just spreading through the universe. Is that how you're seeing it?
That could be. I haven't spent a lot of time speculating. I spent my time in trying to find cases that can't be explained and see what they tell us. like Ed Walters, for example. If you read more deeply into what's going on, Ed started having dreams, and he didn't start having dreams. He started having dreams of a certain type. He said that for years he had been typically he'd wake up in the middle of the night and write down stuff on a pad of paper, whatever he was thinking about at the time, and then the next day he would read it and see if it made any sense.
Right.
Well, in the spring of 1988, he started getting these. He'd wake up in the middle of the night and write something down. And he wrote down some stuff that seemed to apply to what was going on, but he couldn't understand it. One of the messages he got from sleep was, "In sleep, you know," which is interpreted as INSLEEPYOUKNOW. You're going to learn something in sleep. When this first came out, the investigators tossed around all sorts of ideas into what it might mean. We didn't really know that what it was. In sleep, you know. Then he came up with the news must learn, and the interpretation was THENEWSMUSTLEARN. That didn't seem to make any sense. The news must learn. Then he had some other dreams, sleep messages. Finally, in September of 1988, he was put under hypnosis by a clinical psychologist who worked for the justice system of the Gulf Breeze area. Well-known Dr. Overlaid. Overlaid did pro bono regressions of Ed to find out if they could learn anything from what he could recall out of the hypnosis. And first of all, see, what was the first one? In sleep, you know. It became clear from from the dream that it was talking about knowledge. And while you're sleeping, you're going to learn something. In sleep, you know. Then the news must learn, which didn't seem to make any sense at all.
I don't know. Could that be that we should be more aware? I don't know.
Well, it's not directly. The understanding of this statement is direct, straightforward. He also got dreams in which he was like a teacher, I guess. He lived through various scenarios. One that sticks in my mind is when he said he wakes up, he finds himself in the middle of the night in a big, not too large room, circular, with a ceiling, of course, and walls, circular walls, and no floor. And it's, I don't know, maybe 20 foot in diameter or whatever. So he's in there, and he also notices that there's 3 50-gallon steel barrels in there, oil drums, and there's 2 kids. 3 kids, 3 children in there also. And they're all standing toward the middle of this room. Him, and maybe it was him and 1 kid, him and 2 kids, and 2 barrels. Maybe it was 2 barrels, 2 kids, and him. Right. And they're standing there, and all of a sudden, part of the wall starts to open up, and out comes some creature looking like an alligator or a crocodile. Those crocodile type come out, and it's obvious that they have a certain thing in mind. They're hungry. So Ed is now confronted with a problem. He can save himself and 1 child, or he can save 2 children and take the bite himself. What's he going to do? Ed said, all this is coming out under hypnosis. He puts 1 child in 1 barrel, gets the other child in the other barrel, and stands there ready to face this monster the best he can.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, the walls all disappear, the monsters fade away, the kids go on. Ed
Yep.
is taken into another room
Right.
where he's set on a table, like an operating table. And coming down from the ceiling are these things like, well, you couldn't call them headphones, but head apparatus.
Yep.
An apparatus that has imagine a plus sign, a pointy section on the left, a pointy section on the right, a pointy
Yep.
section on the front, and a pointy section on the back. So you got a plus sign. This hat, that I call it, curves over his head. He's got 4 points of contact in his head, and he's sitting there on this table with this super special hat on. Another door opens up. A tall creature, a full-grown alien presumably, starts walking in, followed by a whole bunch of little ones. The little ones sit on a table like Ed, and each one has this hat that comes down with the 4-point prongs on the head, and so you got
Yep.
a number of these kids, presumably alien children, that are now connected up like Ed is. Ed says that all of a sudden he starts thinking about stuff that had happened in the past, including the experience he had just gone through, with the creatures ready to pounce on him and eat him up.
Mm-hmm.
He says he gets replayed like a video machine. Several different experiences that he's gone through.
Yeah.
You think about it. The news must learn. If he had said new ones, ONENEWONES, the new ones must learn.
Outwards, the future children must learn. Is that what you mean?
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Future generations. So they put him through a test. They put him through a test in the dream state, whether he would save the children or save himself. And obviously, he passed the test because he saved the children using the barrels to protect them, and he was ready to fight the alligator, like the crocodile man. So, from what that story you were telling me, that's what I got from it. Did I actually get it wrong or miss anything there?
That's our interpretation.
Mm.
It seems quite natural, and so you know that one news is not new. Is new ones not NEWS, but NEWONES.
Yeah.
Maybe they're talking about the planet as well. The way the humans are treating the planet now.
What?
Yeah.
We've got to treat the planet better now. The new one coming through.
We got to get rid of the plastic pollution, I think. That's the major thing.
Yeah.
Plastic is the problem.
Now are damaging the planet, aren't they?
I often think of people in the future digging down through one of our trash heaps.
Yeah.
And you get to the plastic layer, and you get to the iridium layer, and you get to various layers where all sorts of shit shows up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. If we all got wiped out, what would the future generations, if they started digging down, what would they find out? They find a smartphone, and what is it? It's like if it's like the whole planet's reset, and the next generation that comes along later, new beings that don't know what was here before. You could make quite a good sci-fi stories out of all that sort of stuff, but
in the time scale of millions of years, you can ask what's one of these junk piles going to look like if it gets into a subduction zone where it gets sucked down into the earth, heated to incandescence. Everything is converted back to elements.
Atoms. Yeah, atoms. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. bit scary. We're moving through space at an incredible speed. We're not in the same place on the spiral arm. We're just spinning around, and
Gotta be dizzy.
anything could happen. Anything could happen to Earth in the next 5 seconds, even, and we could be wiped out. Then that could be it, you know. So really, for mankind to survive, they're going to have to get off planets, right? They're going to have to start exploring further afield. At least you're not all going to get wiped out by one planet asteroid killer. So it makes sense to get into space sooner rather than later if mankind survive. I often wondered if UFOs are actually collecting the humans that they feel are fit, future new ones, as you said, and put them on a new planet somewhere else in the universe to start a new development of humans to protect us or protect our DNA because it's unique. So you don't know what the motive are with aliens at all. We can talk to the cows come home on that side of it, but it's all fascinating stuff, you know. Do we really think we're alone in the universe? It's so vast, it's just ridiculous.
No.
Well, we're talking about the largest star in the solar system, not in the solar system, in the universe, the other day, and it's as big, so big that it can fit 5.1 billion of our suns inside it, and it's like 9,500 light years away, which is quite a big number in miles. I can't remember how big it was now, but it was like 10 to the power of 15, wasn't it? Miles away. Massive number.
Yeah, I seen the post about that, Paul.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, really. We just don't know what's out there in the universe, and there's so much we still yet to learn. So, yeah, we could probably skip Gulf Breeze if you want to and talk about New Zealand now if you want to. I know you got some other tabs here on Gulf Breeze. Strong magnetic field detected. Do you want to talk about that one?
I can talk about that, but I just want to say this idea of the news must learn, or the new ones must learn, teaching the kids the type of experiences and how a human being might. And it's nice that they pick a good guy like Ed to act as their person who's going to illustrate what the humans would do under certain circumstances. That tends to be consistent with what David Jacobs has talked about and others. Bud Hopkins and with abductees, they're trying to integrate themselves into our society so that they aren't noticed or are noticed very little. Whether this is to take over our society or just to perpetuate their own race somehow, I don't know. But
do you think that they're already integrated?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
I know Jacobs
I don't know that they are, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Same here. I know Jacobs takes quite a dim view with the future, isn't it? And what he calls the alien interference, whereas like John Mack has a more optimistic conclusion to it.
Yeah, right. But it's up for grabs.
Yeah.
Until they make a move, we don't know.
If they wanted their planet anyway, they could just take it over, right? And if they got their advanced technology, why would they bother integrating? So that's the big question.
It could be maybe our DNA is somehow important to them, Paul, rather than the planet.
Yeah, but if I was aliens, I'd think about taking it over now before the human race damages the planet anymore.
I think they could probably stop us damaging it any time. You know, they could intervene. I think, Charles. I hope, Charles.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they have already, but our government's hidden the technology, right? So they might have had anti-gravity for the last 60 years, which could get rid of fossil fuels just like that, right?
I'm very skeptical about that, but you know that anyway. But yeah, sure.
Well, I don't know. That's the whole problem. We're still trying to get disclosure, right? So,
fossil fuel governments are making money, aren't they, from taxes and everything, so aren't they?
yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're in the Navy, did you actually go out to sea on ships, or were you more onshore Navy support? Bruce?
I wasn't part. I was not part of the Navy. I worked for the Navy as a
Right.
in a laboratory for 36 years.
Right. So you didn't get any excitement on the water then? Yeah. Apparently, what's his name? Mark D'Antonio got invited into a USA nuclear submarine, and he talked about sitting next to the radio sonoscope guy, and suddenly there was a blip on the scope that was an object going too fast for any torpedo to match. And he said that was a classic UFO underwater. I'm not sure if you heard about that story at all, but or any other naval stories that sort of had talked about that in the past. I'm not too sure, but we don't really hear too. Yeah.
I've heard about USO stories and underwater high-speed stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Plenty of them.
So I recall hearing years ago about something that was detected in the tongue of the ocean. The tongue of the ocean is in the Bahamas.
Yep.
Southeast of Florida. And it's supposed to be a deep place, some miles deep. I forget.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the story was that there was some submarine doing whatever. The tongue of the ocean is pretty well instrumented with all sorts of stuff. Because the Navy uses it as a almost like a shielded laboratory, underwater laboratory. Anyway, they were all doing their normal stuff, and all of a sudden they get this intruder coming in, picking up on sonar. And it was like traveling 200 miles an hour or something like that.
Mm. Underwater.
Yeah.
What's the maximum speed of a torpedo underwater? I don't think it's that high, is it? Let's have a look.
30, 40 miles, 50 miles an hour.
15 miles an hour?
50, I think.
50 would be, yeah.
Oh, what's happening there? Oh, that's the book. Let's see.
Max. Depends on how big.
We can look it up here. Max speed of torpedo.
Yeah, you're looking at about 200 knots, Paul.
Have you looked it up already?
Yeah.
Okay. What's it say? Max speed, launch speed, 50 knots. And what's this one? Maximum speed, excess of 200 knots. So you said 200 miles per hour.
That's 230 miles an hour there.
Yeah, that's
not
converted.
Another one here, 138 kilometers per hour, which is 86 miles per hour now. I think that's more realistic.
So it's possible that USO was some sort of test craft of some kind, like a torpedo. If it was going double the speed of the maximum that we currently got, then you could say, yeah, that's definitely unusual. But we talk about magnetic field detection here. I'm not sure if that's part of Ed Waters still, is it? UFO naughts, perhaps some UFO naughts, which is an old word for aliens. Magnetic personality, figure 1. So what was this one with the house?
Well, this is our guy. His wife comes home in the evening after work, and she notices he's driving towards her house. Florida's flat as a pancake.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing on the horizon, limiting on the horizon, would be the house roof or trees.
Yeah.
she sees an object come up from behind the house, pull a right-hand turn, and zip off. She has a few seconds to get a good impression of what it looks like. The classic flying saucer shown in my drawing here is sort of like upside down when it leaves.
Upside down. That's kind
The
of
top
weird, isn't
knot
it?
at the bottom.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, flips over.
Anyway,
It's kind of weird.
when her husband comes home, she tells him about it. It's nighttime.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything about it right off. The next morning, he grabs his handy-dandy gradient magnetometer. Now, the average person doesn't have a gradient magnetometer lying around.
No.
I happen to have one that I swiped from the Navy, but it's
Well,
an old, useless one. It was used for calibrating my experiments. Anyway, he's in the oil business, in the oil well business, and he occasionally has to search for wellheads. He explained that people who do the oil business will drill speculation wells here and there where they think there might be something, and if they don't find anything or they're not interested in it, they cap it off at some depth, 5-10 feet, with a steel cap, and so you got a big piece of steel cap, maybe a 6-inch diameter pipe going down into the ground.
Yeah.
It might be there for months or years before somebody says, well, I think I'll look up this other well we drilled 20 years ago and see what's going on. So now you got to find where the wellhead is. So this is done by using a sensitive magnetic device, which really measures the distortion of the Earth's field. The Earth's field, it has to be, the Earth's field has gradients in it anyway. And when you put a big chunk of metal in it, it creates even greater gradient. A gradient is an area where the magnitude of the function is changing with the position of, like for example, moving a magnet next to another magnet. The gradient is very high right when the two are very close together, and it gets lower gradient as you get them farther apart. Anyway, he happens to have one of these things around. And he has one other thing. He has a remembrance of many, many years ago when he was driving in a car, and a UFO went zipping over the car, and the needles on the dashboard of the instruments on the dashboard all went wild.
Yep.
And he thought, he said, my first thought was it was a big magnetic field that just went over and twisted the dials somehow. I don't think that makes any sense, but that's beside the point. That's what he was thinking. That was the driving force for him to do what he did next. He got his gradient magnetometer, walked out in back of his house, and started waving the magnetometer around to see if he could see any magnetic effect. He presumably assumed that the thing had gone, so I don't know why he would even think to check for magnetic effect from some object that wasn't there. So anyway, he goes, I should say there's a shallow pond of water, maybe a couple hundred feet from the house, and like I show there, a shallow pond of water. And as he's walking along, well, you can see the dashed line to the left-hand side, the path that he followed.
That way?
He's walking along with his magnetic field, the detector. Yep. He finally gets to where the magnetic field was first detected, over to the right-hand side. You can see a little arrow up there. You go. Magnetic field first detected. He starts getting a reading on his magnetometer. Now, his magnetometer was state of the art 50 years ago, I guess, but at the time he did this, it was beyond, not quite state of the art. They used a little loudspeaker on it, and it generated a noise of various pitches. The frequency of this sound was dependent upon the magnetic field gradient strength.
Yep.
So where there's a high gradient, there's a high pitch. Where there's a low gradient, there's a low pitch. Where there's no gradient, or just the Earth's gradient, there's just a low rumble. So he detects this magnetic field, and he detects it. And he's walking along, waving this. The pitch goes up and down and up and down as he goes through regions of various gradients. He walks along that around the corner of the pond. That's it, around the end of the pond, the right-hand end of the pond.
Yeah.
And he continues around the shore of the pond, and he gets there where I have a big X there, the location of the strongest field. This is a clump of pine trees.
Yep.
So he gets the strongest field there. Then he noticed that they're continue to walk along the side of the pond. He notices there's 3 circles in the grass.
Yeah.
Right there.
Was that
13 foot, what did I say, 11 feet, whatever. 10 or 11 feet in diameter. They were measured later by the MUFON guys. But he sees these 3 circles in the grass. The pond is maybe like 3 feet deep, and it's got grass that grows up to the first 2 feet.
So it's water grass. Water grass. It's like water grass, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and it's depressed, it's compressed down.
Yeah.
Compressed downward.
Yeah. Right.
Well, he knows that there's this is what 1992, 1991.
I'm not too sure. I think does it have it here?
He knows that everybody knows that there's a MUFON group of people who pay attention to UFOs, and I think he knew some of the people anyway. He calls up the MUFON guy and tells them what about the sighting. What did I say? 1992, yeah, September 1992.
6 p.m. 6:20.
So anyway, he calls up the MUFON guys. They two guys show up with a video camera, and they walk with him around this footpath, same as he had done earlier. I don't know exactly how. What time it was, but it was probably in the afternoon when they got to do this with with him waving his wand around, and the MUFON guys videotaping him as he did so. Now, the neat thing is, because this was an old-fashioned magnetometer that had a loudspeaker on it, the sound of the magnetic field tone was picked up by the video camera.
Right.
So you got the tone of you got a measure of the gradient, the tone of the gradiometer recorded on the video.
Have you actually got a copy of that video still?
Oh yeah. And so
is it in the public domain?
It'd be good to see it if you had it available.
Yeah, I may try to see if I can convert it to a VHS to.
Well, you could come back on another time if you manage to get the stuff and go over it in more detail. But yeah, that would be great.
That would be amazing.
Anyway, he goes walking along, and you start hearing the tone change as he waves his wand around, and the tone keeps getting bigger and bigger, higher and higher pitch as he gets around to this area where the X is. It's the location of the strongest field. And the strongest field turns out to be in the top of a tree. One advantage to working at the Navy lab was they know their magnetism. The Navy is worried about magnetic mines, both creating magnetic mines to do bad things to the other guy, and also how to hide yourself from the other guy's magnetic field detector.
Yep.
So I asked one of the guys, what can I do about this? And he gave me a little magnet. He said it was calibrated at 30 milligauss, I think it was. whatever is written down in the paper, whatever it was. I sent it down to John, what's his name, the guy who was the witness, and had him align the, put the gradiometer on a table or something with a yardstick, and starting at the bottom end of the gradiometer, run the magnet along the ruler, making frequency measurements or distance measurements as he scanned move the magnet. So basically, this gave I can calculate the gradient from the magnet itself and the distance of the center point of the magnet from the end of the gradiometer. Bottom line, you get a calibrated graph of magnetic field gradient versus distance. You can see the graph down there somewhere.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. This one here, is it?
That's the calibrating graph.
Calibrating.
I think that's the only one.
What else we got? What's this one? Magnetic field, fluctuation, and distance.
This is comparing with another case.
Right. Yeah, it certainly goes on.
Well, anyway, that's the point. This is the main thing in this is you shouldn't be getting any magnetic field gradient other than the Earth's gradient.
Exactly.
Under these circumstances.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Certainly not on the top of a tree.
No. But you've heard of patient 15. I mentioned it when we were setting up a couple of weeks ago, or last week, was it? That Dr. Lee had a patient 15 and they went to investigate his house where the abductions or contact happened, and the fiberglass boat was magnetized and the tree outside was magnetized and the plastic knives and forks in the drawer were magnetized, which should be impossible for plastic to be magnetized. So yeah, that's not public information as well. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there that could be put out to the web, and people like ourselves can investigate it from afar, so to speak. Yeah, so this is another one that would be good to see all the evidence and see the circles if they got on camera or photographs. You don't have any photographs here, unfortunately.
People who have been trying to do instrumented ufology for years, of course, have magnetic detection systems that they use. Some people actually have magnetic detectors running all the time, so if the UFO happens to fly over their house, they know it.
Yeah.
That's assuming you get a magnetic field every time.
Yep.
Now, the first case with a magnetic field is Fred Johnson, who was the other guy who was on a mountain peak, Mount Adams, when Kenneth Arnold, I assume you know who he is, Kenneth Arnold went flying past Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
And Kenneth Arnold reported these disc-like objects going past Mount Rainier at a high speed, flipping and flashing in the sun, and he was able to follow them all the way down to Mount Adams, and where he lost sight of them. And that's where Fred Johnson comes in. He was he said he wrote in a letter to the Air Force that he was prospecting on the side of Mount Adams, about 5,000 feet altitude. That's halfway up the mountain. And suddenly he noticed these things, semicircular things with a tail on the end that goes back and forth like the big hand of a clock. He said some things going side to side. He saw 5 or 6 of them. He didn't get a complete count, I guess. And he noticed that his compass started wobbling back and forth as these things were going over, and it reverted to normalcy when they left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Sounds a wee bit like Nimitz Encounter, doesn't it? With the high-speed stuff. But even faster nowadays, obviously. You'd expect in what? How many years since the early days there? 50s, another 50 years on, that also the technology of the aliens may even progress. Or they may even have reported back home base and more craft are coming this way. So that would be quite interesting to see 1,000 UFOs, motherships just show up. We'd be panicking, I think, whether they're going to be friendly or not. So there's another article here. Visual and photographic sightings of UFOs carried out in possible high-speed maneuvers. Is that the one you're talking about now? Herbert C. Army privates were stationed at Port Sill near Lawton. 1968.
Oklahoma in the 1968, yeah.
Have we covered that one before? I'm not too sure.
I don't think we have covered that one, Paul.
Well, this is just an example of high speed and high acceleration. This guy and another guy are standing there, and saw an object appeared to be about 10 miles away. He thought it was an airplane. He looked away for a few seconds, and when he looked back at where the object had been, it wasn't there. Instead, it was flying past the control tower and was within a few hundred feet of him. He had traveled perhaps as much as 10 miles in a few seconds. He could see that it was a glowing sphere, perhaps 30 feet in diameter. It had made no noise, so he pointed it out to the other guard, and you have to scroll up a little bit, or I can't read it.
Okay. Good. Is that right? Have I done right?
They watched the yellow orb like a small hazy sun that moved around and lit up ground structures, causing obvious shadows. After perhaps 10 to 20 seconds, it suddenly rose upward at about a 45-degree angle for a short distance, made a 90-degree turn, and then zipped off faster than he had been able to see missiles in the Army. Acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
Speed is nice, but acceleration is where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
There's a story about my grandmother.
Yeah, like the Nimitz encounter in 1 second, that travelled so fast that it takes normally the space shuttle 8 seconds, I think it is, or something like that, to get up to the same speed on maximum boosters. So it's certainly beyond our technology, what people are saying there. So even back in 1947, 68, we're talking about it's seeing tipped off faster than missiles. Now missiles were travelling back then at Mach 10, is it? How fast were missiles going back then? 68. Now they're talking about hypersonic missiles. So yeah, that's getting up to real fast speeds. Hypersonic. What is hypersonic? Yeah, I can't remember now.
Hypersonic is, you're looking at like 3 times the speed of sound, something like that.
Hypersonic means, let's just find out. Hypersonic.
I think you're looking at about 3,000 miles an hour. Paul, I'm not 100%, but I think you're looking at in that region.
Hypersonic is classed as Mach 5 times the speed of sound. Okay.
5 times. Okay.
So what was the speed of a missile? Speed of missile.
I think a missile, you'd be looking at about 12,000 miles per hour.
Mach 3 is current speculations. They call it supersonic. But now Trump did actually leak out some information recently this year saying that they've got hypersonic missiles, which means they must be Mach 5 or higher. So the material science is strong enough so the missile doesn't snap in half, right? And of course it's going to heat up with the friction of the air as well. So they said that the Americans got missiles that are 15 times faster than the Russians' hypersonic missiles. So, does that mean they got a Mach 20 missile or something like that? That's kind of crazy speed, isn't it? But yeah, there we go, and we found that out anyway. So what's the next one we're looking at here? Is there anything else on acceleration that you want to talk about, Bruce?
Well, if you want to talk about this one here,
The theory of
acceleration.
disappearance?
Yeah, I'm tackling the problem of things that seem to disappear before your very eyes.
No.
Do they dissolve? What do they do? Where do they go? How do they get there?
Mm.
And so I said, could it be that they go so fast that you lose sight of them almost immediately?
That does make sense, doesn't it?
Well, if you were looking at if you were looking through a glass gun barrel, and you could see the explosion and the missile take off,
Yeah.
you'd find that it left your sensible vision so fast that it would appear to just disappear.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Did the object suddenly vanish into another dimension, whatever that means? Did it disintegrate, whatever that means? Or could it actually have traveled away so fast I couldn't follow it? In the past, I have expected that an object traveling at high angular rate of speed might seem to disappear. Specifically, I have guessed that a nominally reflective object without a bright solar glint, which is seen against a brighter background, and which travels its own length in a time much less than the natural shutter time of the eye, would be at least very hard to see, if not effectively invisible. This is because the rods and cones and special cells on the eye, at the back of the eye, mainly cones for daytime viewing, take only so many pictures per second.
Yeah. That makes sense. But also, we know they've now got meta-material skins that actually can cloak infrared as well as visible light. Apparently, they can make a tank go invisible in front of your eyes in daylight. And also can make it look like it's a Jeep or some other thing by changing the thermal signature on the outside. So yeah, I've covered that in the past years. It's quite interesting, and mostly it's Israeli research, Israeli technology, which they probably work with the Americans probably in that respect. But we never know. It could be speed. It could be also some skin that can change, like they're currently experimenting with. Using LEDs and also little miniature cameras in between the LEDs that can transmit the light from one side to the other and make it look like it's the sky behind, right? It's going to be pretty much like the Predator, I guess, where it's almost perfect, but you can see when he moves that it might be like some sort of shimmering or shadow effect that gives it away on certain backgrounds. Yep.
A distortion, like looking through heated air above a candle, looking at a distant object over the top of a candle, or some real source of high heat that creates big temperature gradients in the atmosphere.
Right. I suppose that's possible. We know about atmospherics can bend light and make an object look like it's moving when it's actually not. It's actually the atmospherics bending the light back and forth. What else have we got to here? I suppose we could move on to maybe the New Zealand stuff now, maybe.
Sounds good to me.
Let's see, what's the next one? Just to check it quickly. 2001, Donald Burleson. The film he had analysed the Lindbergh lights, Lambok lights.
Oh, the Lindbergh lights, yeah. That's
I suppose we could
it's
talk
50s,
about that.
Isn't it?
Don't know. Collection of hexagonal cells. Right, here we go. My eyesight's not terribly great in this font. A video. We got a video, have we? What's this? Following is the extract from the book. What are we looking at here? The doc video shows cellular structure. What the hell is it? Oh yeah, I suppose it could be a flying saucer, could it? Circular.
Well, that appeared over his head.
Appeared overhead on the house, or what?
He was on the end of a pier, a dock that sticks out into the center of the sound.
Right. It's unusual, that's for sure.
Looks like a
what-
head.
Yeah, does.
I know. Yeah, hair and around back.
I'm seeing like a circular object here with like black ports going around it. That's how I'm seeing it. Red light on it.
All I'm seeing is a big face.
I can't see a face. Pareidolia, mate.
Pareidolia, yeah.
Rob can see it.
What you saying, Bruce? I think he might be eaten. Get a drink. Is he still with us? I think he is. I can hear the noise. So what we got here? Street lamp. Nearby lights. Parking lot.
Ed was at the end of a pier. Ed was at the end of a pier, a dock, 200 feet long, sticking into the center of the sound.
Bay Bridge view. So you're saying someone else caught a picture of the UFO here? Is that what you're saying?
That's looking back toward the land.
Sorry?
That's the parking lot area.
But is it meant to be the same UFO that he caught? Is that what you're saying there?
In the upper left. Some other lights in the parking area.
Yeah. But are you saying he saw this same craft from the pier, or is it two different cases? Oh, we lost him. Wi-Fi gone? Or have I lost them? Are you there, guys?
We are.
Yeah, I'm still here, Paul.
Is he still on the side? Because I can't see on small window. Oh, here he is. He's back again.
There you go.
We lost you. Wi-Fi outage again. What were we saying? So it's all the same case, but different witnesses. This is what you said.
The cellular structure thing appeared over Ed's head while he was standing out at the end of this pier. What you're looking at right now is looking from the end of the pier, looking back towards the ground. You see upper left a street light and some building lights straight ahead.
So what's the street lamp here? You're saying it's the street lamp here, is it?
Yes.
And this is the building light here. But there's no UFO in there. Is that what you're saying? None of those are UFOs?
None of those are UFOs, right?
Oh, right, okay. I thought maybe we had another picture of the UFO. Distant shore lights. No enhancements.
Yeah, Paul, do you want to move on to the New Zealand case now? I think we've spent enough time on this one, and we're up to 10 to midnight here in the UK already.
Yeah, I'll put it down the side, people can have a look at it.
Sure.
Yep, we can move on to New Zealand Kaikoura Lights if you want.
Yeah, I'm interested in this.
Okay. Lund Doc. Hey, history of New Zealand sightings of December 31st, 1978. And I remember seeing this broadcast on the TV news that night, and it was quite exciting.
Yeah. Anyway, let Bruce take it away.
Mm-hmm. If he's ready.
This sort of begins, I can make a connection to October 78 when Frederick Valentich disappeared. There's heightening the interest in the subject of UFOs in that area. But the sightings are interesting. They really have nothing to do with Frederick Valentich.
No.
And the 25th and 26th of December 1978, a Argosy freighter aircraft carrying newspapers from Wellington to Christchurch started seeing strange lights appearing and disappearing around them. And the Wellington Air Traffic Control Center started picking up radar targets here and there.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't normal radar targets. They would exist at one place for a sweep or two sweeps and then just disappear.
Right.
As if they had gone a huge distance in a short time between sweeps. Sweeps of the radar are 12 seconds.
Yeah.
They get 5 a minute.
I think I remember, is it James Oberg was saying that the radar systems were known to be faulty or give false readings, and you can't rely on 2 radar hits and all this sort of stuff from 2 different radar systems. That was kind of cobblers, really, what he was saying. But anyway,
one of the most interesting radar events occurs with self-calibration built in. Almost one of the things we talked about before.
Yeah.
Anyway, they had these sightings. They made it into the New Zealand news and some maybe in Australia, but there wasn't a lot of big interest in it. Although the sightings themselves are certainly worthy of study. But there was the next week, December 30th, 31st, that got international attention because of the fact that a TV crew and the reporter were on board the aircraft when it had sightings, and it was publicized immediately as the world's first color film of UFOs.
Yep.
It goes like this. A guy at the Melbourne Channel 0 sometime in the latter part of December thought it might be interesting to have to do a story on the UFO sightings almost 2 weeks before, and December 25th. So he called up Quentin Fogarty, who was a reporter for Melbourne Channel O, Quentin Fogarty, and asked him if he could get together a crew and do a short documentary on those previous sightings. It was expected to be something like 5 minutes worth of TV time when finished.
Mm-hmm.
So Fogarty accepts the commission, you could say, and hires a crew that consists of David Crockett and his wife handling the color movie film. And well, Fogarty managed to get himself wangle a trip on the airplane. He wanted to do more than just interview the radar guys. he interviewed the radar guys, and then he got on board the airplane to fly the same flight that had been flown 2 weeks earlier. That was on an Argosy aircraft loaded with newspapers and flying the newspapers to Christchurch. Then the plane would turn around and fly back north and land at Blenheim, which wasn't quite as far as landing at. Well,
Yeah. Oh, we've lost him. Come on, Wi-Fi. This is why you don't use Wi-Fi. We've lost you, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm getting problems with that screen, Paul. You're scrolling up and down, and all I can see it's all blurred.
Blurred?
Yeah, extremely blurred. I've tried dropping in and out, and it doesn't really help the problem at all.
Bruce was reading it all right, though.
I can't read it at all. Now it's cleared again. Now you see, now that you've kept it still, it's cleared.
Oh, we got you back now.
Yeah.
You dropped out there for about half a minute or so.
I did?
Yeah. So whereabouts were you here? Talking about... I've forgotten.
Well, you should know this case inside out. It's a New Zealand case.
And Fogarty in Christchurch saying that he's had a lot of action as they flew to Christchurch, and he's going to stay on board and fly north. Now this is part of my analysis of the color movie film. These are sketches of blown up images on the film, where the numbers correspond to frame numbers in a particular numbering system.
Mm-hmm.
These images were taken as the plane flew north from Christchurch to Blenheim. The planes went from Wellington, headed south, and the captain and crew, co-pilot and pilot are well familiar with this trip, and they knew what to look for, knew what was normal lighting along the Kaikoura coast, from north of Kaikoura down to the Kaikoura Peninsula. And they started seeing these strange lights appearing and disappearing, and they described it as a light would come on. It looked like a beam would go down to the surface of the ocean, and then the light would go off and pop up somewhere else. So they asked Wellington radar, "Have you got anything on the Kaikoura coast?" And Wellington said, appearing and disappearing. And Wellington said, "Yeah, we got some stuff." Wellington wasn't very impressed with whatever it was. They could have anomalous propagations going on off the coast of the east coast of the South Island because of wind blowing over the mountains, causing gradients in atmospheric refraction. Anyway, the plane flew along, and they began to get correlation between what the plane would see and what the radar would show. Like, for instance, in one case, radar tells them, "Oh, you've got a target at 12 o'clock at 3 miles. That's right directly ahead." And the plane responds immediately, "Thank you, we got it. It has a flashing light." I should point out that this is probably the most instrumented civilian sighting ever, with multiple witnesses, experienced people.
Yep. So you get a radar. If you get a radar hit, if you get a radar hit, and they're also seeing the light where the radar is saying there's an object, that tells you that's a real object, not just a light in the sky, right?
Yeah, it sounds like there's something there. That can
Yeah, that's
reflect
right.
radiation.
Because the debunkers were saying it's squid boat lights and Venus and all sorts of crazy stuff, which you can't get radar returns on that.
Well, you can, but it has to be under extremely unusual conditions. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
sending the radar.
version.
Yeah, yep. Weather inversion or whatever it's called. Yeah.
Anyway, one particular series of events involved a plane flying along and being told that there was a target behind them, and then a target at their 3 o'clock position at 4 miles.
Yeah.
And then the radar operator says, "You have something flying in formation with you. Your target has doubled in size." I call this the double-sized target event, DST. You have to understand that this comes with calibration, like I mentioned before, because the plane itself is flying in a straight line away from the radar antenna, and therefore, if it doesn't do anything, there shouldn't be any change in the radar target, the radar blip on the screen. There shouldn't be any change from blip to blip on the screen. It should track the air like tracking an aircraft. Instead, this object moved 4 miles to get to the airplane. Moved 4 miles sideways to get to the airplane in 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Then, for 36 seconds approximately, the airplane target was double size. That would mean that the airplane target itself hadn't changed, but there was something else flying along with it that increased the reflected radiation from the radar, and that made the blip bigger. And then after 36 seconds, the radar guy says, "Your target is reduced to normal size now." They looked out the window on the right-hand side of the airplane, the passenger and crew, and saw a little light, a flashing white and green light, which the Quentin Fogarty made a taped comment about, looking out the window and seeing the light. I don't know of any other case that had tape recordings like this thing. This had a tape recording on a plane, tape recorded by Fogarty as he saw stuff going on, and the tape recording at the Washington Air Traffic Control Center that allowed for exact timings of things.
Right.
So was this an isolated incident, or was it part of a series of sightings, so to speak?
That incident or the double-sized target? The double-sized target incident, you mean?
Was it an isolated incident?
Huh?
Was it an isolated incident?
The Kaikoura Lights was a one-off thing, wasn't it? It happened over 2 nights.
Yeah. Over 2 nights, okay.
Well, the December 25, 26 night, and then the December 30th, 31st.
So 3 nights.
I'm talking about happened 31st or early, like 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Anyway, they had these radar sightings, and they got a little bit of film of some. The cameraman got film of a bluish, whitish, flashing light, looking out through the windscreen of the airplane. And the thing is, there was no place he could have filmed the blue light. The pilot had turned the internal lighting of the airplane way down, and that was nothing but a dull red. And he was flying towards Antarctica at the time, so there weren't any blue lights that they could see from Antarctica.
No.
Anyway, they had a number of events on the way south. You have to read all the stuff that's in these papers. And then on the way north, that's when they got the most color film, 16 millimeter color film from a professional camera, operated at normal speed, 28 frames a second for part of the time, and also at low speed, 10 frames a second for a large part of the time, in order to make sure the cameraman wanted to be sure he got enough light to expose. He actually got overexposure in many cases. Like this loop here, I used this loop to calculate the amount of radiation that actually hit the film.
Yeah.
Now,
Wow, that's clever.
you can see where there's short blobs, it's super overexposed, and it's somewhat overexposed within the loop. The loop spread the radiation over a large area. That's all taking place in a fraction of a second.
That's in a single frame though, so it's done a loopy loop, which is incredibly moving fast. Then, how can you work out the speed of the craft from a single frame like that? You should be able to, shouldn't you?
Know how far away it was.
Yeah. You got the radar hit though. Did you work out the speed of the craft in that frame at all?
This happened. The radar couldn't have picked up. One might have picked it up in one location along that blip if the radar beam happened to be going by at the time that frame occurred.
So
anyway,
yeah.
Most of the imagery that was shown on TV came from the second half of the trip north to Blenheim.
Yeah.
And this loop image, we tried duplicating it by whacking the lens on a telephoto lens on a camera and bumping and so on. And nobody was. Several people attempted to do that. Nobody was able to come up with a single bend like that. If you bump it, you might get a shaky vibration.
Yeah.
Right? But that whole image was created in less than 0.05 seconds.
Yeah.
Then there was a section of movie film, where the image barely changed at all. If you go down a little bit farther, you'll see some pictures where, a steady sequence right there. It's got a little green nib coming out. Now this is supposed to be a squid boat, we're told. At a distance of 10 miles. Yeah. A squid boat has a reflection in the ocean, which this thing does not have.
Yeah. What else we got? What was that one?
The cameraman thought that was a focused image. He had zoomed his lens out as far as he could, and he gets that image. And this is one of the images that was shown on TV, unfortunately, because he didn't put the lens on just right. When he zoomed the lens on and he zoomed out to get maximum magnification, so happens it wasn't put on right. He zoomed through focus and out the other side, and it made a big image, but it's a big deformed image. That image is about 2 meters in diameter.
Right.
Now there was a very vocal, skeptical critic, Rocky Woods, I think it was, in Australia, who claimed that it was that the camera had filmed the planet Jupiter, and Rocky Woods could prove it. He could see the bands across Jupiter's structure.
Yeah.
The bands on Jupiter. And he's claiming this is a 2.2 millimeter size image using a 200 millimeter focal length lens. Well, if you actually calculate the angular size of Jupiter at the time, it would have created an image maybe 1/10 that size at the best.
Yeah.
In other words, that image is too big to be Jupiter.
Definitely.
Then the last series of events had to do with a flashing light. And here's a couple of frames. You can see what they look like. You can see the cameraman thought he had pretty good images of this object, and they talked about it as a round thing with rings of light going around. But unfortunately, it was all out of focus.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that's not the major part of the film.
No.
Here's That's close to focus. That's not perfectly focused, but that's getting close.
Mm-hmm.
Now the last part is a flashing light. That shows the periodicity of the flashing.
Okay.
10 flashes
Oscillation.
a second.
Right.
Oscillation.
Yep.
Image size goes, it gets big when it gets bright, and it gets small when it gets dim. But
Mm-hmm.
more than that, when it gets dim, and there are a number of frames to dim, which show a triangle, orange dot on the top and red dots left and right at the bottom. Triangular arrangement of lights.
These ones.
It doesn't look like that in all the frames, but it
No.
should look like that. So that the camera is moving and it gets streaked. So
Right.
there were half a dozen frames where the camera motion stopped just long enough to get a frame.
That does kind of look
Camera
like
motion. Camera was held by hand, so it's naturally wobbling left and right and up and down. And every now and then you get to a point where the wobble, you get to the end of a wobble, it's heading to the right and it slows down and it isn't moving for a fraction of a second, and then it starts to move to the left.
right.
It's oscillating back and forth, so you get it at these not at the
Could you
extremities of the motion.
could you work out the shape of the craft at all from the lights? From all the footage?
Very, very crude.
So you couldn't say it was like a Mexican hat saucer or a triangle or a sphere UFO. Just
I
not
don't know.
enough
I'm getting the
information.
impression it's triangular.
Well, that's a side view of it, right? And it could be like a bell shape, like Kicksburg. Who knows? But I just seen if Bruce was able to determine the shape of it at all from his
See what happens when
analysis.
the camera is moving. It's moving
Yeah.
left, right. It takes that image, orange above the two red dots, and spreads them out.
Yeah. Which we see a lot on UFO videos nowadays as well. With long exposure and motion blur and all that. And out of focus, of course. So that's what's that one there? That's the TV show, is it? Hynek.
Second one in from the left. Second one in from the left. And Fogarty may be the third guy from the left. I can't remember. That is on the set of ABC Good Morning America.
Our video technology's come a long way since then.
Hugh Dallas was the science advisor for the network. He's on the right-hand side.
Ah, yeah.
Yep.
J. Allen Hynek helped him arrange that.
Yep. Hynek, yeah, that'd be him there, was it? It looks like he's got glasses looking down there.
It looks like Hynek on the left, yes.
Yeah.
Is it Hynek?
Yeah, he's reading a paper or something there, by the looks of it. Or looking at a photograph.
Underneath the picture aren't the names. Underneath the picture, scroll the picture up.
Yep. Hynek, Bruce, who's the next one?
Ah, there we go.
The airline pilots, and that's it. Okay. Who was that guy there? The interviewer, I guess. Science conspirants. Oh, that one. Who is sitting in this chair over here?
So Chris, were you familiar with Alan Hynek? Did you talk to him much over the years?
Did I what?
Did you talk much with Alan Hynek over the years?
No, I didn't talk much with him.
Okay.
I did get to talk with him some, though. He stayed at my house one night in 1980. And so I got to talk to him then, but I really didn't talk to him a lot other than that.
He was famous for inviting people to his dinner parties, wasn't it? From what I heard. Didn't he invite someone famous? Who was it now? Which one was it? Because he was talking on Martin Willis' show. Do you listen to Martin Willis' show at all, Bruce?
No.
No, he interviews various people, and he had Paul Hynek on, and they were talking about various cases. So it's quite a good episode to watch if you haven't seen it. But they had someone over. Who was it now? Do you remember, Rob? You watched that one.
When you say famous, do you mean somebody famous in the UFO field, Paul, or do you mean somebody famous as in, a celebrity household name?
I think it was some famous UFO witness, right? I can't remember which one it was now. But he had basically had a lot of people over for dinner, apparently, according to Paul Hynek. Yeah, you should. Let's see. You should be able to have a listen to it after the show. It's well worth having a listen to. Paul Hynek, I think it is. Given the scoop about his dad. Nope.
Oh yeah. I've listened to a lot of Paul Hynek and stories about his dad. Yeah, it's very interesting. But so there's one question I'd like to ask Bruce before we go. Otherwise, it's gonna do my head in a little bit. And I know he's done some research on the Cutler Twining memo. It was the only part of the MJ12 papers that actually appeared in the National Archive, which I think is located in Washington. And maybe your research and your conclusions on that, please, Bruce.
You're talking about the carbon copy. What are you talking about?
The Cutler Twining memo.
You're breaking up.
No.
You sound fine here.
Yeah. Can you maybe repeat that to Bruce then, please, Paul? The Cutler Twining memo.
The Cutler Twining memo.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you what I know about it, mainly.
Okay.
I was told to go. Bill Moore said you ought to check out folder something or other. I don't know now. I don't remember what. And I found in there this document that's been called the Color Twining Memorandum, where it's directing Twining to directing Twining to go to a meeting of the National Security Council special. Well, it's been so long since I looked at it, I can't remember. Special Studies Project, I guess, SSP. What was interesting to me was, first of all, it was a carbon copy. Second of all, it was flat as a pancake. Third of all, it had browning around the edges of the document, as if it had been in a stack of papers or something, and had undergone some normal color change. I don't know, decay of the paper or whatever, from little bits of it sticking out into the air. So most of it by far was in a stack, I presume, which had the letter, the document had been folded and creased. It had been folded and creased to some extent, but this crease, the way it was when I saw it, was flat as a pancake. It's just a very faint whitish line where the crease was, which tells me it had been under pressure from other things for many years, and the browning around the edges was sort of like a slow oxidation of the paper, I guess. I can't remember exactly the words that it said, but
Okay.
it did refer to the MJ12 Special Studies Group.
Yeah, because they generally appear. I think it was 1986, wasn't it, when they just popped up in Jamie Chandra's post box. So do you have the feeling then that this the Cutler Twining memo was produced earlier than the 80s?
Well, I have an idea that the Cutler Twining memo is a real thing, is valid.
Yes, thank you. Okay, interesting. Because if so, that's fairly conclusive, isn't it?
Well, it's conclusive that the MJ12 SSP existed, whatever that was.
Mm-hmm. I suppose there's always that argument that it may not have been relative to UFOs.
Yeah, it might have been something besides UFOs. I don't know what.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting. But of course, I think most of the MJ12 documents, if we look back now, I think it's fairly safe to say that most of them were hoaxed. But who do you think was possibly behind all of this, and what would their motive have been?
I don't know, but somebody who was pretty damn clever and knew the
Yes, Dan
history,
Wright, yes.
knew the history of the subject very well.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, there are several papers on New Zealand in my webpage, so if you're really interested in New Zealand and the technical analysis, like what you're looking at right now, what you were looking at, there's enough to keep you busy for a few days.
Okay.
And that's me operating my camera, my projector.
Wow.
So it's the same as the documents, I think.
I stayed up night after night for months. I stayed up night after night for months working on this. There was so much in it.
Yeah. I think we've seen all that there. I think we've seen all those pictures on those pages anyway.
I recently had a press release document about how the AATIS, or the AAP, the unknown aerial phenomena people are discovering these observables, they call them, which were actually discovered way back in 1947.
Oh, yeah, sure, they're nothing new.
Disappearance, high speed, and so on, stuff like that. I appended my press release. I ventured the thought that the things recorded by the Navy were NHI, non-human intelligence, and non-human intelligence. And I used the double-sized target event as an illustration of we don't know what the hell it is. It's non-human, and it appears to be intelligent. It demonstrated intent when it approached this airplane from the rear and then from the right-hand side, and then it demonstrated curiosity when it got so close to the airplane it could see what was going on or try to understand what the hell an airplane was. So
NHI, non-human intelligence. I've never actually heard that acronym before. That's a new one to me.
well, you've heard it now.
Thank you.
If you'll give me your email address, I'll send you a copy.
Sure. I'd love that. That'd be great.
Yeah, I suppose we should maybe
What's your email address?
wrap up for the day soon. Let you go because we've been talking how many hours now?
We've been going for just on 3 hours now, Paul.
3 hours? I've got longer than that. According to my thing, it's 3 hours.
Looking at 4.
4 hours. Yeah, you're way out there.
It's gone too quick. It's gone way too quick.
Yeah.
What's your email address?
So might have to do that after the show, maybe.
Yeah. Well, actually,
he's in the Facebook
on Facebook.
Send me a message if you want.
Yes. Okay.
Send it to
thank you.
BRUMAC at CompuServe.com. BRUMAC at CompuServe.com.
I think it's on your homepage, isn't it? Anyway, here.
Just look at it. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, you got it here somewhere.
Excellent.
I've seen it. Here it is here. If it will highlight properly, I think my key's stuck down
Buy
here.
my book.
There. So you can get it off his homepage. We didn't actually talk about your music, but we'll just do that to wrap up, maybe.
Yeah, definitely do that, Paul.
Yeah, and then.
Buy my book.
I'll just close down some of this here. So you do sell. You got a music CD cover here for The Joy of Ivories. Life Isn't All Work and UFOs. I have been playing the piano and organ longer than I have been investigating UFOs. So did you actually get trained, or did you actually self-learn how to play music, Bruce?
I took lessons from the time I was 5 until I was 18.
Alright, so that does help. I'm sort of self-taught on the keyboard and stuff. So you got
mind, eh?
So how many CDs of music have you got? This is one of them. New Age Composition, New Age Rising.
I'm afraid that's standalone stuff. I haven't done anything else. And I got Parkinson's, which slows me down. I can't do what I used to be able to do.
No.
My dad had it, you know. He passed away when he was 83. It really got to him in the end. It ravaged all the systems in the end. But I'm glad to be here with you today and say that you still have a very sharp mind, and you can live a long time with Parkinson's. You know, it's just if you see it towards the end, it's not a particularly nice thing. And I understand what you're going through and the concerns that you must have.
So you can't actually play the piano now because of Parkinson's? Is that what you're saying? Or...
Well, my dad couldn't hold a coffee cup.
Hang on, we're talking to Bruce. What are you saying, Bruce?
I can't do it like I used to.
All right.
I can still play chords and stuff like that.
Yeah. But slower pieces, maybe.
Most of the pieces on that series of competitions, I couldn't play now.
You've done some complex stuff, that's for sure. We produced a video effect with all the free music that you got on offer on your site here. It's on a page here somewhere. Index of music. So I've taken all these and made into a music video so people can just go to and watch it on here. But you got some really nice pieces of music. I kind of find it relaxing. So
the second piece.
Oh, hang on. That's really loud, isn't it?
The second piece of music I'll never forget. I composed to go along with my script on Tesla.
Yeah.
I wrote a Tesla movie and composed this piece I'll never forget to go along and be the theme song for the Tesla movie.
Right. So, Tesla's quite an interesting character, isn't he? That's how I sort of looked into his stuff and saw how he sort of got written out of history, really, didn't he? When you watch documentaries on electrical grid and stuff, he's never ever mentioned, which is unfortunate. But yeah, he was a great mind and a great researcher, right? So he just built. Yeah.
Each time you plug into the wall, you plug into Tesla.
Yeah. So yeah, for some reason he's just got written out of history, and if it wasn't for the internet, not a lot of people would know about him because they don't put it on TV. But yeah, this one's got 11 sample videos on it, and it plays a computer fractal or graphics with the times for music, and it's quite interesting, some of the patterns it makes. I thought that it was quite interesting, the one which south of, what is it, the border? I kind of like that one. It was quite interesting at the end of it. Yeah.
South of the border.
Yeah. More than 2 votes on it now. Let's reload that. That's old information there. I think it's up to 11 likes, isn't it? Let's have a look. That's very slow for some reason. We're up to 13 likes and 2 downvotes, so we got 2 haters out there that always downvote everything. That would be Goof on and DB Cooper, I think. But anyway, it's their loss because they're being idiots. But if we go to south of the border, we've got some click links here. What happened to the numbers? So it disappeared. I'm going to have to check that out again. Something weird there. What happened there, Susan? Why did they disappear? Okay, I've got it in the comment here. Pinned comment should be here too. Maybe can't see the numbers for some reason. No? Something weird there. Google's stuffed up something. But anyway, they're showing up here. South of the border, 11 minutes in. Okay, click on that. Should take us to the start of it. But at the end, at the end, it's not working. 11 minutes. Okay, 11 minutes. Out there.
Yeah.
Is that it, one? I think it is. Oh no, at the end of the other one. So this is south of the border coming up. Everyone seems to like this one quite a lot. It's kind of reminds you of the Western.
Yeah.
Western feel to it, you know.
Should we play a full track to wrap up, Paul?
We can do, but at the end of this one, it's quite interesting. That looks like a UFO there, you know. But at the end of the track, it actually forms what I thought looked like a spur, you know, like a horse riding cowboys use. It's quite amazing that it formed the spur at the end of it. So whereabouts does it get to? It's still the same one. Gets to the end and it forms this looks like a spur. Yeah, hang on. Must be close. I think that's still it, isn't it? Yep. According to that, there it is. You'll see at the very end it forms like a spur, which I thought was quite funny, considering it's south of the border. very hypnotic watching it and listening at the same time. Here we go, look. I think it's coming up. You can see it's almost at the end here on the counter at the top. Coming up. Look at that former horse spear, look. See that? Looks like a spear that you'd use on a cowboy. I thought that was kind of strange because it's totally random, of course, and people see what they see in images, I guess. But yes, did I post the link to it? I didn't know. Maybe not. I'll just post the link to it. People can go and listen to your clever music there. He's got various styles there. Number 10, is it? New Age stuff. Sounds really classical, I thought. Way up here somewhere.
Yeah, Bruce seems to have quite an eclectic taste in music. It's kind of from jazz to metal to, well...
I don't know if you call it metal. Music of Bruce.
Oh, well, okay, did mention something along those lines.
Right. Let's see, I think this is the classical stuff where he's going up and down the ivories. Is it? It's very nice, anyway. Very relaxing, that bit.
Piano. Wow.
That's an acoustic piano.
Yeah. It's very emotional, you know. Sounds very sky. If you listen to the band called Sky, you would like them very much. They're very similar to that kind of music. The band Sky. It's got John Williams, the famous acoustic guitar player. Their music is very similar to that. They sort of take modernized, sort of like some of the classical music. Sky Band, here they are. And I did give you a link to a playlist I've got online which plays some of their music. But we can't play it here because we'll probably get hit with a copyright. Yeah, I thought they had a picture of them so you can see. I'll just get an image. So they got the first album was this one called Just Sky, and then there's all the band players, and then there's Sky 2, and there's Sky 3 and Sky 4, I think. They've got about 4 albums or more, so it's well worth having a listen to them because you'll probably like them, Bruce. But have a look, have a listen to that playlist I sent you that includes Sky. And let's see, what else did we get here? So you said you can buy the CD if you want it. Has it got some extra tracks there that's not available, or not? I'm not too sure. Tesla. Interest.
I have some other pieces, but they haven't been converted to digital.
Yeah, but people can buy the CD. I think you got here. Where is it? Piano investigated. Click here. Listen to sample, including the unique flight of the bumblebee, Bumble Boogie. Want more? Get a CD from Joy of the Ivory series. Contact Bruce. I thought you had a price on it somewhere. And then you
That
talk
was
about
wishful thinking.
yeah. I'm not sure. You know, Earl Grey's done some amazing music as well, and he could sell it online too. But he's sort of given it away free as well. Some of it.
My son
Yeah.
is a drummer and music teacher, and he's got stuff. You can buy his stuff, $1 a shot song or something like that.
David Chamberlain, is it? Chamberlain? This music
David
is
Chamberlain,
good.
yeah. David E. Chamberlain. I believe your daughter too, Bruce, is musically gifted.
And Gal Holiday makes a living in music down in New Orleans.
Oh, here it says here, like classical, country, and honky tonk music. Check out my daughter and her very popular New Orleans band, Gal Holiday. Search for Ashley Maccabee. And you're also selling Teslas. Interested in the Master of Lightning? Send me an email. I thought that was available anyway. You could buy it from somewhere else. Yeah, so let's have a look at his daughter.
There have been movies about Tesla, but nothing like what I wrote.
Right. So this is your daughter. Oh no, is that your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Why's the picture dark? Why is it so dark? Seems like it's got a filter over top of it there. Kind of weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot brighter there.
1 second, guys.
Yep. Yeah, so we're almost about to wrap up, Robert, though. And let Bruce get away to dinner. I think he's been mumbling, eating some snacks or something.
It's about strained my brain.
Yeah, so what's this about Tesla? Is it something you wrote? Is it a book? What's it say? Making Hollywood living. Send me an email if you're interested in making a Hollywood level action movie based on the life of Nikola Tesla. Well, that would probably be an interesting movie because no one's actually done anything like that still, have they? Only documentaries.
There have been some documentaries on Tesla.
But not movies, not a drama.
Mine brings in Hitler's spies trying to steal Tesla's secret, the core.
Yeah.
Core of the, and on that core is built Tesla's life and accomplishments.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, we'll better wrap it up there. I think he's gone to the toilet. But I need to go to the toilet myself. I've been here 4 hours. Yeah, so it's been great, Bruce, having you on. Thank you for your time. And maybe you can do more of this another time. Maybe you can get some more video footage that we can have permission to play live without any copyright problems. So that would be great. Anything else you want to talk about before we go? That we've maybe you want to plug your books or anything like that? Is there a book link here? Publication?
If anybody wants to get some stuff, that press release I talked about or something else, just send me an email or check up on, you just do a search on my name and you'll come to my website, which has the email address on it.
Right. Yeah, we saw that on the home page. So we got Could UFOs Be Real?
My book.
Yeah. Case study of a missing pilot, Melbourne. No image. I thought you did a lot more books than that. Ed Walters.
The UFO connection is obsolete. It's replaced by FBI CIA UFO connection.
Yeah,
this one
that's a book that's on my list. That particular book.
UFOs are real. Here's the proof. It's no longer in print.
So, if Robert wanted to buy your book, he could get a signed copy directly from you. Is that possible?
Yeah.
I didn't know which book. The UFOs are real book doesn't have any more copies.
All right. How about FBI Connection one?
That one is obsolete. It's replaced by FBI CIA UFO connection.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for.
Right.
That's at Amazon, or you can get one from me.
Yeah, from you. At least you can sign
If I go
it.
to you, I'd get a signed copy, wouldn't I?
That's what we're asking. Would you sign the copy before sending it? The problem with us outside America, the postage in America is really expensive. It probably costs as much as the book, or maybe even more. But yeah,
I mean that's okay. If you get a signed copy, Paul, it's worth the extra postage, you know. Well, for me it is anyway.
Yeah. Well, maybe
as like a collector.
Well, you have to talk to Bruce and email about it, I guess. See if he's got a copy.
I will do. Yeah.
You might have to order it on Amazon, send it to his house so he can sign it, and then he can post it to you. Anyway, we're just going to wrap up now, and we can say goodnight to you, Bruce, and you can sort of hang up if you want to.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a privilege.
Eat something.
Yeah, go and eat something. We can't have you starve. And,
it's been great, guys.
Yeah, it's been great, and perhaps we can do another one sometime in the new year. So it'd be great catching up with you later. Okay, I think he's dropped off. All right.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Good night, mate. End credit time. End credits coming up. Here we go. Thanks for everybody joining the side chat today. It was great to see. I think we got up to about 8 people watching, or 9, on Twitch, the new platform, which is good.
Well, some people might have thought that was a bit drawn out and boring. I can tell you what, I was not bored for a second.
No, had to listen carefully to what he was saying, of course.
Yeah, I had a few problems with the sound as well, Paul, but, you know, it's the way it is. He wasn't using a headset, was he? But, you know, that's okay.
Yeah, I think he needed the headphones plugged in. I forgot to check because that's what he had when we tested it, of course. The cancellation doesn't always work properly because there's a delay sometimes, and we can hear me talking in the background. So it's amazing that in the bottom of the world, he's at the top of the. You're at the top of the world, and he's like in slightly middle top of the world. That we can do this today. Amazing technology, right?
Yeah. Is his location still Canada?
Ohio. He's in. No, he's in Ohio.
Ohio. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Hang on, I just got to end this now.